Salam sejahtera dan selamat datang. 大家好，掌声好。Vanakkam, vanakkam, vanakkam. Good morning and welcome to the last day of the job fair. For today's seminar, Sokso is proud to introduce a very special guest. He is one of Southeast Asia's most sought-after comedian and entertainer. Dear Antarabangsa Netflix. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kevin J.
Hello, welcome everybody to day 3 of 100 Hari Aspirasi Keluarga Malaysia Career Fair. Welcome everybody. Give yourself a round of applause, please. All right, for being here today. Thank you so much. It's so nice. Not only do we have a live audience, we also have a Facebook audience. Right, so now if you're watching on Facebook, right, all you have to do to help us out is to share the video. Right, it's very simple. All you have to do is get on the registration form. It's a 1-minute registration form, and they'll send you a link, and then you can watch this. It's a whole day event. Okay, guys. So get comfortable. Okay, there's food, there's drinks. You know, you can eat and drink as much as you want. For those at home, go to your fridge. You open the fridge, got food and drink. You eat and drink as much as you want. So kita ada banyak program pada hari ini untuk menjadikan kamu pekerja yang lebih berharga, right? To make you a better, more hireable person. And it's going to be a lot of fun, all right? It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of we're just going to have fun today, all right? And we're going to start off with a panel, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce the panelists to you guys. Okay, we have 3 panelists today, and I will be the moderator as well. Not only MC, but moderator, because budget. Okay, guys? Sometimes I do comedy for myself only. Sometimes my comedy, one person laugh. Okay, if you not yet laugh, don't worry, later on we'll laugh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce the panelists. As I call your name, you can come up. We have Mr. Murthy from Micron Technology. We have Mr. Wiswanathan from Flex. I'm sorry, Mr. Vijay Subayan from Flex. And of course, we have Mr. Andreas Charles Akobiarek from Sokso. You have many fans. So, gentlemen, I have already introduced your names, but however, you know, I could have gone through the whole formal introductions and stuff like that. But you know what? It's better that you introduce yourselves, right? So, Andreas, maybe you want to start. Tell us a bit about yourself.
Okay, thank you very much, Kevin. So, just a short introduction of myself. My name is Andreas Charles Akubiarek. I'm under the Social Security Organization under the Ministry of Human Resource, and specifically, I'm from the Strategic Initiatives and My Future Jobs unit. So, if you can see our booth there, we have the My Future Jobs portal, the National Employment Portal, and that is where our focus is. Thank you very much, Kevin. Yep.
All right, so we have also, why did you introduce yourself actually?
Thanks, Kevin. I'm Vijay Subrayan. Okay, salam sejahtera dan salam keluarga Malaysia kepada semua. I'm actually from Flex Penang. I'm the Senior HR Manager of Flex Penang. Thank you to Perkeso or Sokso for inviting me for this forum on this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay. And of course, we have Mr. Murthy.
So thanks, Kevin. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I think.
Apa khabar semua? Selamat datang dan salam sejahtera. My name is Murthy, and I'm the Human Resources Lead for Micron Memory Malaysia, and been in the HR arena for the last 20 years plus, and so I'm really looking forward for this session so that we can have a very interactive and a good conversation on the topic that we have chosen today. Thanks, Kevin.
All right, so you guys are very experience in human resource, right? From Perkeso, from Flex. And, it's one of those things where the pandemic is something that happened to all of us. All right, the past 2 years has been very difficult for most of us. So, what is the main challenges that you guys, and also what you see outside, what people face as well? What is the main challenges you think in this thing? Mr. Murthy, maybe you want to start first?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Yes, I would say in the last 18 months, things have changed so drastically that to an extent that's something that we have never imagined, that we have never anticipated. I think that is a reality. And the kind of change or the transformation that has taken place, I would say it has happened in someone's personal life as well as their professional life. That is the kind of transformation that has taken place. Something probably we have not anticipated, something that probably that we have not expected it to happen so fast. One good example is the digitization, all right? So the way things have evolved and the way things have progressed in the digitization area is something that we have never imagined. I don't think we ever thought that our children will be doing an online schooling early of last year, but it did happen. So we did not know and we did not realize that we will be able to do an effective online learning and training or virtual learning and training, but it did happen. And we never, many of us, especially from Generation X, we never thought that virtual working or working from home is going to be equally productive or it's going to be equally effective like working at a workplace. If you asked us, early of last year, but it did happen. So these are the kind of transformation that has happened. Something that probably we were prepared to go through over the next 10 years. But it happened in such an accelerated fashion, and so much so that it took us, it hit us like a storm, and it took us a lot of maturity and professionalism in order to accommodate, acclimatize, and at the same time, get ourselves used to this norm. So these were some of the challenges that we went through, Kevin. We can talk more later. Maybe we'll give the panels the opportunity.
I mean, you did bring up a very good point, the digitalization of, the workforce. And even like, I have a daughter as well. She started going to, online school. I started being the tutor for my daughter, which is very difficult. But like, how did this, Mr. Vijay, how did this online working experience, change the scene? Because previously, all employers wanted you on the floor. Like, they didn't want you online. They didn't want you to work from home. How did that change now?
Thanks, Kevin. Echoing on what Murthy have said, actually, of course, this COVID-19 pandemic has changed the way we do things. But before I answer you, Kevin, I just want to add on the challenges that we face at the operational or manufacturing. See, when we are talking about actually manufacturing line, manufacturing industry, we are talking about operators. We also talking about these blue collars as well as white collars. So the main challenges actually for the operators level. See, for them, their work cannot be digitalized. They still have to come to the office, or I will say come to the plant. So these are one of the main challenges. While we can get our office people, those who are very much based on office base, to work from home. So actually, Kevin, to answer your question about how well we are equipped and how we manage to accommodate, I would say this is something, a new thing, as what Murthy says, it's a transformation. But that's something that we get used to it. But of course, it needs the commitment, a high discipline from the workforce. But without denying that, it was challenging even for me in my department actually to get people to be at home working from 8 o'clock up to 5. But actually working from home, Kevin, it's not 8 to 5 anymore.
Yeah.
You are basically like working for 24 hours, in fact, because the nature has changed. And you really need to support. And the support is not like an office hour support. And it goes beyond that as well.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's not a 9 to 5 anymore, because even at 8 o'clock, because you're still at home, sometimes you don't know when to stop and when to start, right? Now, Andreas, in the point of Perkeso, right? Do you see the changes happening around?
Okay, thank you, Kevin. I think I'm aligned to the sharing that Mr. Murthy and Vijay have shared. And actually, in terms of the loss of employment, it is very significant. There's a significant increase in terms of the numbers, because in 2019, we have around 40,000 people losing their job. And in 2020, there's, I think, more than 50% increase of the numbers of people losing their job. And a lot of this loss of employment happens in the manufacturing sectors. And because of that, if you look into the transformation of the industry itself, the pandemic catalyzes the adaptation of technology in the process itself. And Perkeso, in terms of servicing the nation, in terms of the employment efforts and services, we have extended our services in terms of organizing interview physically. And during the MCO period, we actually have a lot of these virtual interviews. And I think, I believe Flex and also Micron is one of our supportive partners in all of these events that we have. Even extending the services on a weekly basis, allowing employers to meet job seekers without being there physically. So that are some of the transformation that we had in terms of our services. And to assist those job seekers in terms of their challenges, I believe that training is always an important part of them. And I think the main challenge that our job seekers face in terms of this retrenchment would be the required skills. The required skills and operational training is still not there, and there's a gap in terms of what they can do and what the company and the industry requires.
Actually, you bring up a very good point. Skills, training, and because you got to learn new skills. You suddenly have to learn how to use a computer. You suddenly have to learn how to do networking online. So the question is there any skills that has become irrelevant now? Like, in this day and age now, we have new skills to learn. Do we have to forget old skills? Andreas?
Okay. When we talk about skills, it's a very unique situation. A skill can always be practical to be utilized in the industry. But the question is it in demand? Is it something that the industry requires at this moment? And an industry is very, very dynamic. From one point of time, it will shift from one sector to another sector. Maybe in the future, it focuses more on human interaction. People looks into this human interaction, yeah? So skills, on my opinion, is not to be forgotten, but to be emphasized, okay? At this point of time, you can see that a lot of skills that the industry is adapting is more towards the digitalized skills. And things, I would say manual kind of process is now being a bit redundant. For example, data entry system. There are systems in the market that can actually extract data without the presence of human officers to do it. Yeah, and also in terms of accountants and auditors. So people are shifting towards the freelancing sectors. So rather than hiring an accountant to do it for the whole year, I can just get someone to do it just during that fiscal year, making sure that audit is being done at the time. So I don't have to, pay them as a permanent employee, but taking them into, I would say, more on a contract or maybe part-time basis. So those kind of jobs are now more, I would say, in risk of being a permanent job, because there's a, I would say, possibility of having it as a temporary solution to the companies. So those kind of manual skills and also skills that is, I would say, able to be put into freelancing kind of jobs is now at risk. And I believe the industry is start to adapt, contracting out services to parties. Yeah.
I mean, I also have, moved into the freelance business. But yeah, I mean, Mr. Vijay, is it true that some of the skills, it's become irrelevant?
Yeah, Kevin, as what Andreas was sharing, actually, the industry are looking into automation. This is something that's not new, actually, but this pandemic has pushed the industry for automation. So this is where from the, I would say, manual kind of job been explored towards making it more towards like a technical. In case we are talking about our industry, we are no more, I will say while we continue hire operator, but the number are getting lesser and lesser. We are concentrating more on like a technical assistant. So you reduce the number of people, you put on more machines actually. So I will definitely agree that certain things are changing rapidly in the industry, especially towards the automation. And this is what going to, I will say, the future of the manufacturing industry. it will be less human dependent, but more going to be automated. But still, definitely, we will be having, employees who is going to run the machines. So we are looking into other kinds of skills, especially on the technical skills.
So you basically robots are taking over our jobs, lah, right? There is something like sci-fi movies. We see that robots. That's a fear that we have. Like, you know, it's very. I think the one job that robot cannot take over is comedian, lah, because I don't think a robot can make a joke yet. Mr. Murthy, what about you?
No, in fact, I completely echo whatever Andreas and Vijay was saying just now. Okay, so I would like to also take this opportunity, to thank Pakeso for coming out with the Panjana program, which allows the organizations like us to look out for talent or look out for resources, may not have the kind of experience that we may need, but it provides us an opportunity for us to reskill them and also upskill them, So that's a great opportunity we have had. So if you ask about the skills that's been fading away, just like what Vijay said, when the entire industry is moving towards smart manufacturing, when we are adopting IR 4.0 quite aggressively, naturally there are certain skills which is routine-based, which is a little bit mundane, which is very much transactional, will be replaced by AI, automation, and also robotic. That's natural. That's going to happen. And it is happening in a more accelerated fashion now. With that said, what is going to happen to the workforce, right? Is their skill is going to be irrelevant? Are they going to be losing jobs? So this has always been one of the dilemma in everyone's mind. So, but the reality is when you look back in time, almost all revolution whatever that took place has created this kind of phobia or paranoia. But in reality, it was not true. More jobs were created. More jobs were created, from every industry. And even with the digitization era that we are talking about now, trust me, there will be more job created, but more job where we will be able to use the human brain. We can use our human power in terms of creativity, innovation, creative problem solving, so on and so forth. So in other words, the ability of our workforce is going to be elevated. So we have to start looking at it in a very optimistic fashion. Okay, it's going to be elevated. And the most important thing here is that we need to understand that it is coming and it's coming our way and it's coming very fast. And we need to adopt ourselves. We need to be ready in order to embrace it, adopt it, and at the same time bounce back in a very flexible fashion. So that is what we got to be prepared about. To answer another, just to give you my observation, when we're going through this in the last 1.5 years, probably one job, I may not have a complete comprehension about what's happening in the market, but one job where I see a lot of people have signed up for the reskilling opportunity that we have created are the people from the sales force, in the market. People who are in the customer service, people who are in the sales, people in the hospitality industry. For whatever reason, their experience or their expertise is less needed in the market, so therefore they're looking for another opportunity. So this is where we have leveraged quite extensively the opportunity given by SOXO or Pakeso by using the Panjana scheme to hire them, reskill them, and bring them into the industry. So this is what really happening in the market.
Fair enough. You that is one thing that we have to move forward with. Yeah, but what are the new skills that are you're looking for now? Like, there's a lot of job seekers here. There's a lot of people who are looking for jobs, but they don't know what skill to hone at this point. Because, some people who know computers, yes, that's something. But what about people who work with their hands? What about, people who do manual labor and stuff like that? And these skills are very important, but now maybe not so much. What are the new skills? Mr. Vijay, why don't you start?
Yeah, Kevin, for example, we are talking about automation, we are talking about Industry 4.0. In order to make sure that I'm still relevant for my company, so I want to just give an example. As a person in HR industry, so if robot going to take over, what's going to happen to me? So how am I going to make sure that I'm still relevant? So what kind of skill that I need to look into it? For example, I will say companies are looking for a person beyond what you are doing currently. For example, as a HR, of course, we are doing a lot of things. But what we can add on actually, how we can add on value to the organization by looking into like how we can bring technology into HR. See, people will be thinking HR job are very much operational or transactional or very manual kind of things, or maybe seated on this forum and sharing our ideas. It's actually beyond that, in fact. So this is where I will say the skills like how technology can help HR do things better. So this is where the HR leaders need to look into it. So we are talking about mass crowd actually for a fresh graduate. You see, I may touch on the soft skill. What kind of soft skill needed actually at this moment, whether it's going to be a job seeker or existing employee. For example, during the current pandemic, there are a lot of challenges if you ask me. So one of the things, maybe previously we were just concentrate on a day-to-day job, but today you need to communicate a lot actually. So why not we enhance our communication skills, which will be very much needed in this kind of era where we will need to communicate a lot. So by enhancing your communication skills, I believe they can add on more values in their job. Besides that, the resilience, and I will say discipline. You see, for example, without putting down anyone, I can tell you in this current era, I've conducted a lot of interview with all my respect to the fresh graduate. So one of the things that I realized actually on the discipline, I even have a problem where people are not attending the interview and not telling us actually they are not attending the interview. And we have even people who do not follow up as well. So these are the soft skills that I will say at this era that company are looking forward in the workforce actually, whether they are going to be a potential employees or even the existing employee as well. So another thing actually, if you ask me, is about the continuous learning. So people must be ready to learn and adapt actually. For example, in Flags, we launched this new strategy, business strategy called Ways of Working, where it includes of respect and value others, learn and adapt, share and collaborate openly, and also honor the commitment. If you look at these 4 pillars actually, it says that it's no more a normal kind of organization anymore. While all these things may sound normal, something that we hear all the while, but this is the way moving forward. So we come out with this wow kind of strategy where all these skills are needed. In fact, I'm one of the site champion who is promoting these cultural things or new business strategy at Flags.
Now, Kevin, if I could add a little
Yeah.
bit. So I totally agree with what Vijay have just said. So, especially, when we see a lot of youngsters here and a lot of fresh graduates, to answer your question a while ago, so what is that particular skill set that we should be looking at? Is there any particular competency or acumen that we need to really build ourselves towards? So the answer is very simple. There are many. There are many. So we can't list down all of them here. And this information is widely available. So this is where you are going to distinguish yourself when you meet your potential employer. Okay, so if we are going to be completely dependent on the curriculum, whatever that you have learned during your institutions or your universities or colleges, it is not going to be adequate. It is not going to be sufficient. What have you done more? What have you explored more? What are the additional knowledge that you have acquired? Based on your own initiative, based on the assessment, and also the observations that you have done in the marketplace. It's going to create that differentiation when you meet your potential employer. Because we as an employer, we know for a fact, the skill set that you're bringing now today may not be relevant next year, may not be relevant the year after. So what we are going to look at now is your characteristics, the attitude, and the hunger that they have, okay, in order for them to grow and progress in their life. So that is what we look for. And when they come with these attributes and the characteristics, not only by communicating and articulating it well, but also by demonstrating that they have done some work in that area for them to acquire some additional knowledge, it's going to be convincing us that, this is the individual that I'm going to invest in. Okay, so this is probably, what the future generation should be looking at.
I mean, you are a HR expert. I mean, you've been in the HR for 20 years now. So, I can understand that, I mean, because everyone is at equal level. You want to find the person who is slightly above, who stands out among all. Is it easy to find that person though?
Oh, yes. You see, I mean, I think we will probably briefly touching about this. One thing I like about the young generation nowadays is that, I mean, if I were to distinguish the way how I used to work coming from Generation X, when I was asked to do A, I don't question. I do A, B, C, and D. Okay, but the current generation, you ask them to do A, they will ask you why I need to do A and why I need to do it this way. Why can't I do the other way? And I love it because, they naturally they have this curiosity. Naturally, they ask the questions why. So this is where innovation starts. This is where creativity starts. So it has to be harnessed. So to answer your question, what is that we look for is this creativity and also this curiosity. So that is going to set them apart, and which is already naturally available in them. So only thing you need to just harness it. And you don't just ask question, you must also look for the answer. Okay, so probably that is what I would like to share. That the natural tendency of asking question and being curious is already there. It has to be harnessed, it has to be enhanced, and they need to not only asking question, they must also make an effort in order to look for the answer.
Yes,
Kevin,
don't
maybe,
just ask the question and then
I
nothing
may
else.
add on one thing on top of what Murthy has said actually. I always tell my potential candidate, I do not hire someone for the knowledge alone or the experience alone, because that's a done deal. You cannot come in for an interview without any knowledge or experience. Beside the fresh graduate, this is something a different case. Always say that I hire for the attitude. For me, these are a lot of things that is lacking actually in current generation, which I'm seeing on attitude. So I always say I'm okay to hire someone with a zero knowledge, but with a good attitude. Because I can't be teaching attitude. Attitude is something in your DNA actually. But I can be teaching you skills. I can teach you a knowledge. In fact, currently I'm hiring for my own department. If anyone interested actually in HR line, with a right attitude, I will go for them. So to answer your question, is it easy? It can be easy, it can be tough actually. Because during interviews, sometimes you can't ascertain certain things, such an attitude. So this is a bit difficult. So if you ask me, my personal advice, okay, that is something that employer currently looking forward. Because for an organization to succeed, a positive attitude, a right mental attitude is very, very essential. Because all this knowledge, all these skills, it's a done deal. If you ask me, by default, it should be there.
No, I mean, that's true. I mean, you can read about riding a bike, but until you have the attitude to want to ride the bike, you're never going to go anywhere. Andreas, I'm sorry you've been sidelined for a while, but in the sense of Picasso, what do you think about this?
Okay, maybe just to share my first response, which is in terms of the skills. Since 2019, we have collected more than 2.7 million vacancies throughout the nation. And we found out that it's aligned to what Muti and also Vijay were saying, a lot of these skills are skills that requires communication. It's very, very important. And if we look into the trend of the skills, it is more towards the digitalized kind of skills, IoT, Internet of Things, yeah, and then big data. And because of this young generation, they are looking into how do we analyze data from social media and those kind of platforms. So we are looking more towards digitalization, and because of that, our young workforce is actually adaptable to the changes. But I like the point that Vijay and Murthy were saying. In terms of the attitude, it is very, very relevant because in 2020 and 2029, we have organized more than 10,000 open interviews throughout the country. And the main reason for a job seeker to be hired is the attitude. The attitude to learn, the attitude to be trained. That's very, very important. Job seekers, whenever they attend our interview, we will have employability programs, and that's the main idea that we will share to them, is to be open to the opportunities and open to the training programs that is available. Because I believe in the industry, there's no company that would expect a job seekers to go into the company knowing to do every single thing. There will be training provided for the job seekers. So you have to be open. It's about the attitude, So I believe that it's aligned to what we understand. The attitude is very important. And again, I like to emphasize what Vijay was saying, you hire for attitude, you train for skills. I think that perfectly sums up, what is the hiring process and interview process is about. Yeah.
I mean, you bring me to this a very interesting point. We've been talking about what employers want from employees, what we are looking for, what they need to do. But what about the employers? I mean, Mr. Murthy, what are the employers doing to increase the skills of the current workers or even the new workers that you're getting?
No, it is basically the bread and butter of every organization. In order to provide the relevant training, knowledge, as well as the development opportunity for every individuals that we bring into the organization, because the success of every individual it's going to be reflected in the success of the organization. So any organization in the current era, if they are overlooking the training and the development part, or they are overlooking the need for reskilling and upskilling, will be completely will be out of the game. All right. So this is the necessity, because we all talk about the VUCA world now, right? So in this VUCA world, the change is happening so fast and so frequently. And as an organization, if you want to stay relevant, as an organization, if you want to be at the top of your game, so this particular element of training and development has to be an ongoing one. So to answer your question, what the organization doing, if you ask any organizations, whoever put up the exhibition here, they will testify to this, that, they have a very robust development program. But in the current era, right, so there are certain areas probably that as an organization that we should be looking at, which is going to be your competitive advantage or your differentiator. Namely, you see, when a good example, when everyone started, we have a large portion of the population now working remotely, right? When people work remotely, it is completely a brand new experience to many, okay, including myself. So this is where you're going to work with your kids doing the online schooling next to you, side by side. Your wife, your spouse is having another call, with her employer in the other side of the room, and you have to run the errands of the house, and you got to have an elderly care probably at home. With all these dynamics, right, for you to focus, for you to be effective, and for you to be productive, it's going to be extremely challenging. Okay, so you as a manager or a supervisor, how are you engaging with your team? How are you going to constantly keep your team motivated? How are you going to build relationship? How are you going to be more caring towards their well-being and wellness? It is going to be a differentiator. And this is a skill, which we have spoken about for a very long time, but there has not been too much of emphasis, because we as a manager or supervisor, we have always been trained in order to lead the organization towards peak performance. But now we have to shift left and start looking at how is your well-being, how are things doing at home, So what kind of emotional support that they need, what kind of psychological support that they need. So this is an area that we have to start focusing on, and there's no second thought about this, because this is going to be a differentiator in terms of allowing an organization to attract and retain good talents in the organization. Because the norm has changed, okay, under the new norm, and trust me, the new norm is going to outlive the pandemic. And we don't expect our life to be the way how it used to be 2 years ago, even after the pandemic is over. And it's not going to be there anymore. So the new norm is going to outlive the pandemic for sure. So in that kind of circumstances, for you to be competitive, so we need to adopt all these additional needs that the human beings have to go through in a workplace in a very fast, in a very effective fashion. So these are some of the things, like for example, wellness and well-being is becoming the talk of the town now in almost every organization, because we know there's a need for it. But we can talk about it, but how many people can really live it, right? Because we have not been trained in that area. Okay, so these are the areas that probably that we have to look at as an organization, apart from providing the learning, training, and the development which the job needs. And these are the additional features or the elements that we have to put in place in order to make sure that the organization is inclusive, the organization is effective, the organization is productive.
Kevin, can I add something, Kevin?
Sure.
Talking about this wellness, actually, what we did, in fact, during the pandemic, we even provide free chairs and free tables for employees, actually, to continue work from home. So we know that, some may do not have the, it's not about the cost, actually, they may do not spend on that area. So the company decided actually to give away to all those office workers who need to work from home. Coming back in terms of what the employer doing in ensure that our workforce have the right skills and talent, actually, In fact, at Flex, we are providing a free education to everyone, from operator up to even a senior director or even the GM would like to learn further, they can go. In fact, we have those courses like professional certificate in data analytics, machine learning, professional certificate in logistics, professional certificate at a human resources officer level, or even we have a degree program, master program, only that PhD is not started yet. So what I'm trying to say actually, company like Flex or even I will say Micron, we do emphasize a lot on the learning. In fact, at Flex, as I said, no bonding. You no need to be bonded actually. It's a free. No need to repay unless you resign, then it's a different terms and condition. As long as you are employed by the company, it's free of charge. So we invest a lot of money. In fact, every year, easily we are training close to 1,000 people from certificate, diploma, degree up to master. So this is another thing that company are investing on top of hiring and paying the people accordingly. In fact, Kevin.
I mean, that's very. You see, Andreas, what about you?
Okay, thank you, Kevin. I would like to add, I think that's a very good point, especially when we talk about the mental health, of employees working from home. And I think this is a very new thing, and we don't really discuss about mental health at this, rate before.
I was going to ask you about mental
Yeah,
health.
so
Exactly.
given that, we are handling a few training grants, I think through hiring incentives, yeah. So whenever employer hires a job seeker, they have the capacity to send them for training. And we have also other agencies under the Ministry of Human Resource, such as HRD Corp, okay, providing grants for employers to send their employees, the currently working employees, to training programs. And we have seen the trend of employers sending them to acquire new skills, and also, I would say, specialized officers in mental health sector especially. So they send their officers to be trained consultants, trained mental health advisors in the company to help employees that is having those pressure and stress working from home. So there are, I would say, a lot of incentives by the government through training grants, hiring incentives, and also, in certain companies they have this funding where they can actually train their employees to make the working place a better place, in terms of facilities and also the experts in the company to assist them in that sense.
Okay, Kevin, yeah,
Yeah,
just
go
to
ahead.
add on. So like at Micron, the emphasis towards the mental health is so strong that so much so in the last 1 year, we have hired a dedicated person, two people, one for wellness, the other one for well-being, just to study and conduct a due diligence to identify among the 4,000 employees that we have, what are the kind of support that they need, and secondly, an on-site counselor to whom that they can engage. But on top of that, the organization globally have also subscribed to employee assistance program, whereby the guided resources will be available for all the employees and their family members in the event they need any kind of emotional support or psychological support. But these are all a bunch of professionals, and it is for free. So they can just dial into the hotline, make an appointment. They have about 8 to 10 appointments they can make throughout the year for the employee plus their family members on any topics. It could be like, financial well-being, it could be like social well-being, it could be like an emotional thing they're going through, any supports for that matter. So these are the things that the organization have prepared, taking into consideration, weighing the importance of well-being, okay, and also wellness for employees at the moment.
Okay. Micron and Flex, you all have been doing quite a lot, which is nice. Mental health is something that is very taboo to begin with, right? I mean, like you all have counselors and this thing and helping, with the mental health and everything. But how has the employees reacted to this? How do they take? Because it's very taboo. Like like my aunties and uncles, if they see a counselor, means they gila already. That's the perception.
Yeah.
Right. They need to go Tanjung Rambutan. That is the taboo. But how has your employees taken this into?
No, the answer is yes. You're absolutely right. It took a lot of education and awareness, okay, in order for them to feel that it is absolutely fine and it is okay to seek professional help. Okay, because you're right. And it goes by generation also, though. When you talk about baby boomers and Generation X, it's like, are you saying that, I need a psychiatrist? Is that what you're saying? So that's it's a general thing that they have. But the awareness is, people are gaining the awareness that they know, just like if those days, when you're physically fit, you don't want to go for the doctor. Like my father, he doesn't want to go for the doctor immediately. He will find his own remedies in order to fix himself. But then came the later generation, so we have a problem, we don't think twice, we walk into a doctor. Okay, but now the same thing when it comes to mental health. Probably we are a little bit resistant, but the awareness is there now. And secondly, the younger generation, they really understand the need. They are making a decision. Yes, I need a professional help, and they go for the professional help. Okay, so you're absolutely right. It is not something, and in fact, in our culture in Asia, it is not that embraced yet compared to the Western culture. But the awareness is kicking in.
I will agree, Kevin, on that actually. Definitely, even I myself, we believe that we should solve our own problem actually. Okay, that's something that in our generation. But totally agree with Murthy that in fact, even at Flags, we have full-time counselor. This we have started somewhere in 2016, in fact, way before all this pandemic started. We believe that mental wellness is a big area, an important area. But again, how we approach, that is why what we decided actually on top of our own psychologists, we created these groups called Employee Resources Group. So this group comprised of a lot of area. In fact, this was corporate driven, and all the 30 sites in worldwide actually, we are operating easily in 30 countries, Flags actually, and we created a lot of employee resources group. So the employee can choose actually to which group they want to join. For example, we have ERG group under person with disabilities. We have ERG group under women in Flags, women in tech. We have even ERG group for sustainability activities, learning and development. So what we are creating actually for the employee, a platform for them to join a group and get socialized themselves, get involved in more engagement activity. For example, under the PWD ERG group, that doesn't restricted to those person with disabilities only, but also for everyone to contribute. In fact, at Flags, currently we have 150 PWD employees. We are one of the largest employer in Malaysia. And in fact, we are continue hiring more PWDs. So this is another platform, Kevin, I would like to share, where employee can go beyond. So what I'm trying to say, Flags are creating an opportunity for them to join this kind of group so that you can take away the resistance and the shyness away from them.
Kevin, I would like to add a little bit on some of the sharing from the other panels. When we talk about mental health at this moment, I believe the normalization of mental health is there here in this generation. Just a simple example, a student in university saying that I have a lot of assignment, I'm depressed. So people start to normalize. So it's no longer a very, I would say, hard kind of taboo. Yeah, and also coming from SOCSO as the social security organization, handling people losing their jobs, and also people who is involved in accidents, and also having a lot of issues that makes them a PWD, we have to understand that when we talk about mental illness or mental health, it's a spectrum. A person can have depression, but it depends how severe it is. We have to start embracing that there is a spectrum in terms of that mental illness. Everybody has that depression or maybe anxiety, but to what level? We have to accept them and tell themselves that I can still operate in the society with the right coordination and facilitation, like what Micron and also Flex is doing. So I think that's something we have to start adapting and move towards. Yep.
Okay. So, I mean, we've come to almost the end of this panel, and thank you so much for joining us, because you guys have given a lot of insight. But now, what I want to ask is, can you share your experiences with this new generation, these new hires that you have, during the pandemic, after the pandemic, and what's going on? What are your hopes and requirements, or anything like that you want to share with what has happened over the past 2 years? Mr. Murthy, you can start.
Yeah. Maybe I can go first. honestly, like at Micron, so we have made a decision that, so we have a reason for making this decision. So we wanted to make sure that for every year, not less than 60 to 65% of our new hires under the professional category have to be new college graduates. New college graduates meaning fresh from the institutions. And why are we doing that? Because like the region where we are currently operating, it's a very highly competitive market. And the resources are it's a finite resource that you have there. And if you only focus on experienced people, and you're going to start pinching against each other, because the supply into the market, into the ecosystem, is not as much as the demand, right? So we have strategically opted to move towards new college graduates for engineering and professionals, as well as technicians, as well as operators, right? And so having said that, 70 to 80% of the organization of the people that I have in my organization today are below the age of 30. All right, so that's how young the organization. So I have done enough observation and also worked very closely with this young generation. And there are a few observations. Okay, firstly, they have the energy. And just like what I mentioned, they're very curious. They want to get things done fast. And they want flexibility. They want to be trusted. And they want to be empowered. And they want to learn from the senior guys. They like to be mentored and also coached. And these are all beautiful attributes. When people come and tell me, oh, the new generations have lacked this, the new generations have lacked that, my answer is only one thing. Hey, guys, look here. You have to learn to live in their world. Because, they are the future workforce. And this is the way how they operate. Okay? And this is the way how things are going to be. And we have to learn to live in their world. Okay? So this is a kind of transformation that we go through at our organization, the leadership level, that you don't try to transform them. You don't go and tell that, hey, this is the way how I used to do things 20 years ago. This is the way how I used to do things the last 15 years ago. It's not going to sell anymore. You try telling that to your kids, they're going to laugh at you. Okay, so, and he or she is going to tell that, hey, that's your problem, that's not the way how you expect me to work, right? So, and your old days, sad stories is not going to inspire them anymore. Okay, so the reality is this is the way they are, and and if we want to attract them, if we want to retain them, and we want to leverage on them, we got to learn to live in their world. Okay, that's the reality. But my only advice is, one particular aspect of the thought process of this younger generation is the entitlement mindset. Okay, because probably the way we were brought up. Whatever we want, parents give. Whatever we want, we will get. It is not the same anymore outside there in reality when it comes to the working life. So we can't have that entitlement mindset all the time. We must know the importance of merits. We must know the importance of earning it. Okay, so this is the mindset change that probably all the youngsters have to look at, have to internalize, and have to understand, so that they can excel well at their workplace. But all the other attributes or whatever that they carry, you see, talking about virtual working, right? This generation have been talking about that for the last 3-4 years, right? But the organization, have never really, listened to them. But now you have no choice, right? So that's the reality. So talking about adaptation to this new norm, they're going to do extremely well in this new norm if only they've been guided and coached, and we know we have to approach them not in the eyes of transforming them to work like us, but us trying to get into their head and make them work the way how they want to work, so that they can be productive and effective.
So like basically, we have to learn how to use TikTok lah.
Yeah.
Mr. Vijay?
Yeah, while fully echo with what Murthy has said, but I think I will have few advice actually for a fresh graduate, especially on the time management actually. If you are at the college or university, if you miss one class actually, you can always go for another class or go for tutor. But it's not same once you join the workforce. Okay, for me, I'm almost all the company, while we are promoting flexibility, one thing that you can be sure that all the organization allows certain degree of flexibility. That's how the organization works. In fact, if we are talking about pandemic time, There are a lot of flexibility being given. But time management is something very, very important. Why? We need to get things done within the time frame given. Another thing I will say on the critical thinking. This is something that maybe the university and colleges can look into it. How to create a fresh graduate with a critical thinking. Because this is another skill that very much needed in our organization nowadays. Another one, I will say definitely communication or public speaking. See, it's about not only about work. How you present yourself actually. How you present your case point. How you present to the management. How things can be done better. On top of that, I will say the fresh graduate also know how to carry out research. This is something maybe you have done it in your university days, but this is something again you need to do. I will say you need to continuously get into it, into doing a research or getting very analytical. So another one actually working in a team. Okay, nowadays unlike those days we get involved in all kind of activities at kampong level. Our generation, okay, our teamwork started while we are kids actually. Okay, we get together with our neighbors. Okay, we get together with our friends. We go and do many things. Today, people only playing Mobile Legend. Okay, that's something very, very common. So we don't see the teamwork there actually. So this is another area. See, when we are talking about organization will never exist without a team. While all the leaders will lead us through the excellency of the organization, but again, the teamwork will be another top area.
Right. Andreas, what about
Okay,
you?
maybe just to add a little bit, I believe Murthy and also Vijay covered a lot, of the I would say attributes that is important in terms of employment. And maybe just to share in terms of the placement that we had this year, more than 150,000 people were placed, which is between the age of 20 to 29. So it's totally aligned to what we were saying earlier. But when we talk about what are the attributes that is important for placement, I believe communication is there, analytical thinking, and then the attitude, good attitude is there. Another important thing that our graduates should be also looking into is the ability to pay attention to details. Because I believe at this moment, everything is being simplified, and the average attention span of our generation is just 6 seconds. That's very, very alarming. So we have to start being able to pay attention to things and observe things better. Because the different company would have different cultures, different ways of doing things, and it is not a fixed process in every company. So we have to be very adaptable to these changes. Maybe previously I was in sales, and when I go to welfare, it's a different way of selling things. But there's this same skill being utilized in different industry. So I think we have to be able to be focused and to understand what are the difference between the cultures of the company, and that requires us to have a more, I would say, concentrated focus in terms of where we are working. So I believe that's very important for our graduates because you need to adapt to the company. It's very hard for the company to adapt to you unless you are a very progressive kind of company. But I believe that the culture is there and it will be there to stay unless there's a transformation, big transformation happening to the company. So we need to learn how to adapt and to observe the culture and be a part of the culture and to improve. So,
All right, thank you guys. Now, what I want to do is I want to open the floor to you guys to ask them anything you want. Like, is there any questions from the floor? Please, don't be shy. Jangan malu-malu. Tanya je. Apa-apa you nak tanya, tanya je. Usually this is the part where nobody wants to ask questions. Like, everybody's scared. Oh, we do? Okay. Of course.
Okay, this is Rick because I'm part of Pekeso.
Yes, of course. Mr. Paul Kam, please ask your question.
Yeah, and Andy, you can jump in as well. But for Vijay and Murthy, thank you. You all have really done a lot, and I'm glad you all got whatever awards you received, well deserved. But I have a specific question in relation to a conversation I had on Monday with a training provider that provides online training programs. A government agency signed up, language agency, for a series of programs they wanted in English. So they selected their employees, and it was all online. And they found that there was only 20% participation. And when they followed up, the guy said, we are not interested in learning English. And they were selected because they have a language deficiency in that area. I mean, weak in communication skills, as you mentioned, but specifically the English. So 2 questions. One is how important is communication in English for the generations, and since your workforce is largely below 30. And two, if it's important, why would this happen? No, that guys who are selected to attend online training, just 20% of them only participated. The rest just didn't bother, and they said, we're not interested. I was shocked. So could I have your perspective, please?
Yeah. So yeah, yeah, that's interesting. So when we talk about the need for someone to be proficient in English and at the current era, is something that that we don't have to convince anybody. You know, it's the reality, because you know why? I don't think any organization is going to be confined to the region where they are currently operating. Somehow or other, you're going to be expanding your scope, because that is how we're going to sustain and also grow. So we have to reach out to the region and also globally. Okay, so be it a small company and a local-based company, or even if it is a multinational. So the workforce that we bring into the organization that naturally have to have this acumen or the ability for them to communicate in local language as well as in English. You know, that's the reality. So coming to the question, why knowing this, why you still have people who have less inclination in order to sign up for this language? This goes back to my earlier point, the adaptability, the awareness, and also the adaptability. Because when we spoke a lot about skills, right? What are the new skills that we are talking about? You know, and how advanced the employees have to be in terms of acquiring these new skills, how sensitive they got to be in terms of understanding what are the new skills that is available in the market for them to stay relevant. But one particular skill or the ability is about communication. When we talk about communication, it's not only about articulating it, it's not about presenting yourself, it's not only about, you know, connecting and conveying the message. Yes, it is all correct, but in the language that your audience should be able to understand, right? So if you're talking about local audience all the time, yes, you know, understanding and be proficient with the local language is absolutely good. But if your audience are going to be beyond this region, the audience are going to be from the regional perspective and global perspective, and for you to really step up in terms of your career and also in terms of your connection within the network, your ability to converse in English is absolutely necessary. So to answer your question, sir, it is an awareness that we have to create, you know, that has to come from the individual. At the same time, you know, the culture that the organization is going to be driving, okay, in terms of somebody to take up skill, and language is definitely one of them. Yep, thanks.
Maybe I would like to add a little bit
Sure,
on Mr.
yeah.
Murthy's explanation. I think it's very important also to be adaptable in terms of language, like what Mr. Murthy mentioned. And also a very important point for our our graduates and also our people is to have the culture of not being so malu-malu. You know, when we talk about English, there's always this stigma. You know, whenever somebody speaks in English, they say, "Wow, acha London," I believe. You know, so those kind of things, that kind of mentality should be, removed from our new generations, because we are living in a world where we need to adapt to the changes as fast as we can. And if English is the new, lingua franca, I believe, I believe it is already, then we have to start adapting to it. Then we will start being competitive in the market, and then to be able to compete with other graduates. So I believe the key take is to make sure that this generation, these young graduates, is up to the challenge, and we have to be courageous to the right things. For example, trying a new language, it's okay to fail, but you learn from your failures. So I think just to add a little bit on.
No, I think in my personal opinion, that's very personal. It's absolutely fine for you to learn as many languages as possible, right? And now I enroll both my kids in Japanese and Mandarin, okay, in their school, because they like it and they have the ability to pick up the language. If you have the ability and the capability to pick up a language, why not, right? So because the world is getting smaller and smaller. So meaning you're going to be connected to the world, okay, and the technology and whatever platform that is available now, it's connecting the world, and at the same time, it's making it so small. And so therefore, your tendency and the probability of you connecting with somebody who speaks a different language, who's coming from a different culture, it is going to be part of life. okay, and your ability to adapt to them and your ability to connect with them and to see things in a very inclusive fashion, it's going to be the new norm. Whether we like it or not, there is a kind of mindset and there is a kind of perspective that we should have in order for us to operate in the global platform.
I'm just going to open the floor for one more question. Is there any other questions that... Sure. There you go.
Hi, good morning, dear panels. Okay, so my quick question. I'm a fresh grad, but then I have some experience doing internship as well. So during my internship, there was one situation where my bosses were, when we had a discussion, my bosses were expecting more from me. But in my opinion, my humble opinion, I felt that I was doing much better than all my other colleagues. I mean, everyone will have that, right? But sometimes I have this discussion with another colleagues and all that. Sometimes they would also back me up. They say, yeah, you are doing more than what you are supposed to do. But still, if the boss expects you to do more, I don't know what to say lah. So when this kind of situation, it's good to expect more from someone. That I can understand. But then I don't know how much I must do to satisfy my bosses. So yeah, I cannot find that balance lah. I mean, I might sounds show-offy, but yeah, I just don't know how to please my boss. That's my question lah. What should I do and all that? Thank you very much.
Okay, I didn't get your name actually.
Sorry, sir. My name is Mervin.
Melvin.
Yeah.
Melvin, eh? Melvin, I think internship is quite common in all the companies law. First of all, I think this is go back to the organization. The organization, first of all, must understand the definition of internship. If you ask me, I think in terms of Flex and Micron, I think we know what to expect from the from the intern. So first of all, the interns are coming for industrial training. So if you ask me, we clearly knows that. There will be maybe some isolated cases where the organization expect more or try to use this intern as their maybe a additional workforce. While I do agree that as an intern, after all, we call it an industrial trainee, you see. Industrial trainee, you should expose to what you are going to face in future as a confirmed employee, whether within the organization or beyond any other organization. But in terms of expectation, I think this is something to be discussed. Should be discussed from the day one with the organization that we are going to take up the industrial training. So while it's unfortunate if someone want to use the industrial trainee as their workforce, we are very clear actually. Both Micron and Flex, we are subscribed to Responsible Business Organization, RBA actually, Alliance in fact. So we are very clear that internship should be an intern who come for a training purpose to get an industrial training experience. So in terms of just answer your question, how to satisfy the bosses who expect more, I think it's between the expectation and between the reality. The reality is you are an industrial trainee who is under internship, who are here to learn things, to expose to the real world of working life. So I think with that, things can be sorted out. Maybe Murthy have something to say.
Yeah, so it's not an answer, but it's just sharing of an experience. I remember asking a question like this 25 years ago when I first started my job, but not as an intern, but as a fresh graduate. I joined as a training exec in one of the companies, and I did ask this question because I was a training exec and I was training a bunch of salespeople. And it's not so much about the volume of work, but more on the compensation perspective, right? So I asked, the guys who I'm training, they're earning more than me, right? So is this fair? Probably in the same tone of the question that you have just asked us. Like, for example, my peers are all probably doing the same work, but the expectation that the boss have on me is more. He wants me to do more. And what will actually satisfy him, right? What is the threshold? So that's the question that you're asking. So I will not forget the answer that my supervisor or the mentor at that point of time, he is an Australian gentleman. So he told me one thing. He said, very simple, Murthy, number one, if you keep comparing yourself with others, all right, so you will never be satisfied. But because at any stage in your life, there will always be somebody else doing more better than you. So always compete between what you are capable of and what you are currently doing, number one. Number two, and this is something that has been my mantra throughout my life, is it, okay, when you studied for 4 years, who really paid your tuition fees? He said, I paid my tuition fees. So meaning you paid to learn, right? Yes. He said, why don't you tell yourself now, you are getting paid to learn? So meaning at the end of every month, the company is paying you to learn. The moment you start looking at things from that perspective, every experience, every challenge, every work, every opportunity that you are going through at your workplace, look at it as a learning opportunity. Then you are getting paid to learn at the end of the month. So your entire paradigm will shift. The way how you look at workload is going to be different. The way how you're going to look at crisis at your workplace is going to be different. The way how the additional task that is given to you is going to be different. It's completely in our mindset. All right. So that is something that I have learned 25 years ago. I have used it until today, and I would say that that has really helped me in my career in many ways. Okay. It's all about how you look at your workplace, how you look at work, and how you look at responsibility given to you. Okay. If we tell ourselves, well, my peer is earning the same amount of money, I'm doing more work than him. So there's no end to this, right? Okay, and all of us, we go through this kind of dilemma in our mind, all the time. Just a simple paradigm shift, will be able to set you on the right path. You will end up learning more, you will end up growing fast, you will end up climbing the ladder a lot better than many other people in the organization. All right, hope it helps. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us in this panel today. And we will end this session now. We already spoke to the employers. After this, coming up, we will be speaking instead to the graduates and how they face this new pandemic and this new normal in so many ways. But for now, thank you very much. Let's this is the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
sense of ease and peace is experienced. The sense of ease and peace is experienced. The sense of ease and peace is experienced.
Somebody been talking about the same shit every day. The sense of ease and peace is experienced. The sense of ease and peace is experienced.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the panel. Right now, this is a different panel. Just now we spoke to employers, we spoke to old people. Now we speak to younger people, the graduates, right? The fresh graduate. But before I start, there's something I need to ask you guys. How many of y'all are fresh graduates? Put up your hand. Siapa fresh graduate? Put up your hand. Okay, how many of y'all have graduated but not yet have a job? Put up your hand. Dah lama graduate, dalam 2 tahun, tapi belum kerja. Okay? How many? Berapa orang yang belum graduate? Masih lagi student? Put up your hand. Okay, one. Okay. So that is, I just wanted to get to know the audience. Right? Saya nak tahu siapa yang ada dalam audience hari ini. Okay? So today we're going to talk about pandangan semasa para graduate. Right? And I have 4 graduates here who are going to talk about their experiences in the new normal. Now I'm going to introduce them one by one. We have Encik Nick Muhammad bin Nick Muhammad. And then we have Encik Taran. I like the way all got Encik. Puan Nurul Huda Yaakob. And last but not least, we have Puan Fatin Nabila. Please have a seat. Oh, well done lah. Well, nah. They made me sit in the center. I don't know why. Okay. You know, those are my screens, right? So yeah, it's going to be really hard for me to see them now, but it's okay. It's okay. You know what? Why don't you guys introduce yourself? Like I did just now. I can introduce you all with a very formal introduction. But what is the point, right? You guys, I guess, would be easier to introduce yourself. So let's start with you.
All right. Okay, sure. Okay, thank you, Kevin.
No problem.
All right, and Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me and giving me this opportunity, sharing a stage with the great Kevin.
The great Kevin.
The great Kevin, okay. And also 3 other amazing fresh graduates. Okay. Hi, my name is Nick Muhammad Nuzul bin Nick Muhammad. I graduated from the University of Sheffield in Computer System Engineering. After graduation, I co-founded a video production company called Kia Studios. And right now, I'm working as an IT executive at EPF. Yep.
Okay. What about you?
Hi, everyone. My name is Fatin Nabila Ibrahim. I go by Fatin. I'm an economics graduate from University College London, UCL. I graduated in 2019, and now I work as an associate analyst in Bank Negara Malaysia in the financial development sector.
Okay, and?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Taran. I'm currently working as an actuarial analyst at Milliman. It's an actuarial consulting firm. Studied in the London School of Economics and Political Science. Graduated in 2019. So it's been 2 years since I started working.
Okay.
That's pretty much about it. Yeah.
All right. And
hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. Assalamualaikum. I'm Nurul Huda binti Yaakob. I have just graduated from University of Warwick in 2019, actually, majoring in accounting and finance. So I was an alumni of Student Volunteers Foundation and a recipient of Volunteering Award in 2019. So
okay.
That's pretty much about it.
So you guys are all UK graduates lah, in a way, UK
Yep.
graduates. I'm also a UK graduate. Not many people know that. I graduated marine engineering from Newcastle, but I started working 21 years ago. 19 years ago. And I stopped working 6 years ago, so it's fine, right? I don't work anymore. But so today is about you guys. It's about asking you guys what is your perception? What do you think is going to happen next? And what do you think, is going to be the step forward for everybody else? Like, there's one thing I want to ask you guys. Like, we all, when we started our tertiary education, right? We all had this thing about how work life is going to be. Right? When we started, maybe you all started 4 or 5 years ago, we all thought like, when I go to a job, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be the best job in the world. How does it measure up now?
Okay, Kevin. So before graduation, right, when I was in university, I always thought that my career life would be linear, okay? I would graduate, get a stable job, and then eventually I would retire, okay? As simple as that. But when I think back, I was just being silly. Yeah? As we all know, the pandemic happened, and I had to come back to Malaysia earlier than expected, and I had to continue learning virtually. Okay, so during the 14 days of quarantine, when I came back to Malaysia, I actually quarantined with my friends that I came back with, and every day we saw like the pandemic. The start of the pandemic was really depressing. People lose their jobs, lose their source of income, and every day we would brainstorm on ways how we can help these people, all right? So we thought of, okay, it would be good if we could start a video production company that would help these businesses to connect with their customers, okay? Because everyone was connected digitally. Even before the pandemic, everyone was connected digitally. But during the pandemic, it was being accelerated, okay? So we did just that, okay? So I thought, okay, still linear, still just one job. And then fast forward to January this year, I was in Langkawi shooting a job, and then I got a phone call, okay? And it was from an unknown number. I went outside, I picked up the phone, and it was someone from EPF, okay? They offered me a job. Fast forward to February, I joined EPF. Okay, so the reason why I took another job was because that when I thought back, I didn't think that, I thought that my life shouldn't be that linear, that straightforward. Okay, it should be exciting, like Kevin said just now, right? And I wanted to try a lot of things. Being a computer engineering graduate, of course, I was passionate about IT, about the technology, and I wanted to try it out, to work professionally. And so I did. Okay. So, to answer your question just now, yeah, my expectation for the career life before graduation and after graduation, it's totally different. And it has been a wonderful journey and looking forward to more to come. All right.
Fatin, what about you?
Okay, I didn't expect to go in lines, but sure.
No, I always start off in line and then I will jumble it up.
Great.
Okay.
I guess for me, when I went into the working life, I expected it to be, I expected to have to know something before doing the job. But then I soon came to understand that actually you learn on the job a lot, and that you might start a new project not knowing absolutely zero, and then working from there. And I feel like my journey learning has never really stopped, and that's been a great thing for me. I feel like I'm consistently being challenged, and at the same time, I didn't expect work to be as fast paced as it is now. I think in part the COVID kind of accelerated that. 6 months into my job, COVID happened. We started moving online, and we had to work from home for every single thing. And I think that really changed the dynamic of work. But I feel like even though the work dynamic has been accelerated so much, it has been rewarding for me because I have been expected to pick up new skills just as much as the older people have. And I feel like that's given us, our generation, an opportunity to really prove ourselves. But I think also that's where our generation really has to step up and really show our agility in a time where things are evolving so fast. We do have to be agile. We do have to adapt, just as how the panelists in the previous session told us. We have to be that quick at adapting just so that we can keep up with how quickly things are evolving. And I'm sure, and I really feel that my employers do appreciate me for my agility in stepping up in these kind of situations. And so, to me, work life has been very unexpected. I expected to, be comfortable in 6 months. But honestly, 2 years in, I'm still struggling with new things every single day. But the good thing, it's a new challenge every single time. But also at the same time, I think I've really become a more adaptable person, and that I can take challenges head on, and that's given me has actually made my attitude towards work and life a lot better as well. Yeah.
Right. How, Darren? Okay.
They seem to have taken all the good points, but let me try to add value to that.
Can.
So I completely agree with Nuzo in that sense that we do need to be agile, especially in today's world with the pandemic happening, changing everything, from head to toe. But from moving from being a student in university and then moving on to the job, as a fresh graduate, uh, studying is easy in a sense that you have clear goals, you have clear objectives that you wish to achieve. For example, you have exams, you're studying for certain subjects, you have your thesis to submit. The objective is very clear, it's planned out for you. All you have to do is work towards it, put your best towards it. And you somewhat expect that an adult life or your career would be very similar in a sense. You work towards something, there are very clear objectives to achieve at every certain time point. But in truth, it's been far from that. Right. It's never a linear approach to it. Things are always, they tend to change.
Yep.
They tend to change, they tend to evolve as time goes by. So it's important to acknowledge that fact, to not be disappointed when things jumble up and your plan gets changed. And again, going back to Nuzul's point, to be agile and to be adaptable.
Okay.
Change your goalposts around as well. I think that's the biggest takeaway I had from moving from being a student to being a freshly employed person. Yeah.
All right, and Nuro?
Sorry, Kevin. Can I just add on to
Sure,
Darren's
can.
point? I think my boss told me a really important quote that I've held on to, and that she said that you should be comfortable with change. And truly, change is the only constant that you will have in work life, and I think that's given me a lot of comfort navigating through this very ever-changing world.
Okay. Nuro?
Yeah, I agree with everyone's point. You need to be agile at this point where pandemic has completely turned how our normal life is lah. Okay, so as for me, my expectation is completely different. I have always thought that I will be an external auditor in a Big Four somewhere, but somehow that's not the case. Currently, I'm an internal auditor in Perkeso. Because I did my internship in a Big Four audit firm, and somehow you can, with this internship experience, you can know how your life will be and what kind of tasks and are you interested to do external audit stuff. For example, so you must know yourself well. Ask yourself what you want in this life, what kind of path that you want to take on later when you have finished your study. It's okay, just take your time, reflect on yourself. It doesn't have to take such a long time for a year, no. Okay, as my mentor said, as he said that knowledge is king, knowledge is power. So read everything about the company, about the industry, and the people you want to work for. That will definitely help, so that you will have a little know what to expect. So back to you.
Okay. Taran, I'm drawn to you for this question, right? It's not in the script, don't worry. The question is, when you were a kid, right? When you were in standard 1, standard 2, and then your cikgu will ask lah, bila dah besar nak jadi apa? What was your answer then?
Engineer.
Engineer?
Yeah.
Okay lah.
It was my answer until up to SPM.
You hit the spot lah, I guess, in a sense, because as you know, we come from a situation where Asian families, you only have 3 jobs, or 4. You have 4 jobs that you can do, which is engineer, doctor, lawyer, or disappointment. So it's either 1 or 4, but obviously you all have chose the right path, I guess, in a way, because you all actually have a job, unlike me. But what do you have any? What do you think of this passion versus money thing?
I think it's a difficult topic to talk about because I'm a very practical person in that sense. I do believe that passion is needed when you do go to your daily jobs. If not, it's going to be something that you do. It's going to be a mundane routine every day. You wake up, you do your work, and then you sleep, and then you repeat the cycle all over again. There's nothing to inspire you or motivate you in your day job. So you definitely need passion let passion direct you towards a job that you like. But at the same time, we do need money to survive. So that's where the practical part comes in. So I don't think And unfortunately, I don't think a lot of us have the option to continue pursuing passion at the expense of not being able to generate income for our families or for ourselves. So I think there has to be a balance between pursuing your passion and also pursuing income to sustain yourself or to reach some financial objectives that you have for yourself. I think, Kevin, the best option would be if your passion is money.
That is, well, yeah, of
That
course.
is correct. Because
Yeah,
then you have both
fair
settled.
enough.
Yeah.
Fatin, I'm going to ask you the same question. When you were a kid, what was your ambition, like when you were really young?
A doctor, of course.
A doctor. Okay, so you miss a little bit. A little bit lah. It's not that far off. But you know, passion versus money. Like, you know, I would fight for passion any day. Like because that's what I did. I went for my passion rather than money. What do you think? Where do you stand on this?
I personally think it's like a triangle. So it's passion, money, and time.
Right.
And in this world, unfortunately, you have to pick two out of the three.
Yes.
And I think if you're young, or if you even have the capacity, meaning you don't have family commitments and stuff like that, I think as much as you can, try to find out what your passions are when you can, and then, but also be able to do that alongside a 9-to-5 job. I definitely agree with Taran in that it's a balancing act, and that money is still very important, and you still need money to get by every single day. But when you have the time and the luxury to actually find out what your passions are, do that first. And then if you can find a job and do it alongside your 9-to-5 job, and if your passion can also give you money, then that's great. Then you've won the lottery in adulthood, basically. But until then, until you find out what your passions are, because I'm sure not everyone here actually knows what your true passions are, right? I'm still exploring and I still don't know. But work towards that goal, find that out, and then somewhere along the way, when the time is right, you can work towards your passions.
That is actually very good advice, because at your age, I didn't know what my passion was.
Great.
And until today, I don't know if comedy is my passion, but it's okay lah. It's not bad lah. Nuzrul, what about, okay, first the question. When you were a kid,
Yeah.
what did you want to be? What was your cita-cita?
Cita-cita. Okay. So when I was a kid, a computer always fascinated me.
Okay.
But I didn't know what kind of job that was related to computer. So I asked my dad, and he would say, oh, okay, a software engineer. So when I go to school and the teacher asks, okay, what's your cita-cita? Whenever I say, when I grow, when I become an adult, I want to be a software engineer, everyone will look at me like, what's that? What's a software engineer? Because in the early 20s, a software engineer wasn't that famous, right? So from an early age, I always wanted to be involved in IT. Yeah.
All right. So do you have a passion? Do you have like, do you sing? Do you act? Do you dance?
Actually, I do act.
Okay.
I was involved in theatre, and I always liked filmmaking. So that's one of the reasons why we started the video production company.
Right.
But I would say my interest also revolves around computer and IT. Yeah.
Right.
So when talking about passion and money, I think it's a very famous question, especially for our generation, right? Until like there's a term right now called the quarter life crisis. Usually we only have the midlife crisis. Right now it is quarter life crisis. Okay, so in my opinion, let's say that you have a job and it pays a decent salary and you can cover all of your expenses, right? And then you have another option. You have another job that has a higher salary. Which one would I choose? Let's say the decent salary one is the one you like, and the higher salary is the one that you do not like. I would choose the one that I like because I cannot imagine doing something that I do not like every day for the rest of my life. Okay?
Right.
For me, it would lead to unhappiness, which will affect my mental health, and eventually it would make me underperform in the company. So at the end, I will just be a burden to the company. Okay, and one more thing that I would like to share is that we should also value the opportunity to learn in terms of what the company can offer in terms of resources and learning. There's this one quote from George Mack. He's the writer of an article called The Salary Trap. He said that if you can focus on learning instead of earnings, you will have a sense of fulfillment that no money can buy. And ironically, in an ever-changing world, a fast-paced world, that would lead to more money too. And I guess that's my comment for passion and money.
I mean, look, listening to you guys, reading books and stuff. When I was your age, I was reading comics. Okay, so when Thanos said half the population, yeah, that was me. Okay, so what did you want to be when you were a child?
When I was a child, I want to be a doctor. Usually, at that current time, if you are
doctor,
good in your academic, okay, you are doctor. But that's not always the case. I didn't take that science punya path. I took accounting and finance.
Wow.
For me, it is always a chicken and egg situation. You don't know which one is first, the egg or the chicken. Okay, for me, passion brings the money to you because when people see you are passionate, they are more likely to invest in you. For example, in my university days, I used to be involved with Warwick jailbreak competition. Have you heard of jailbreak?
Yes. I was part of it in my year.
Really?
Yes,
oh my God. I really had fun. It is basically an analogy. If a prisoner is in jail and they want to break through the jail, and then he will have to escape the furthest as he can. So I basically participated that competition where I have to travel for 36 hours like a prisoner without any money. So I managed to escape to Paris by hitchhiking.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. So when I posted about this online, right, on my IG, on my Instagram, people will be like, oh my God, this is such for a good cause because at the time I collaborated with the charity for the disabled person. So I said in my Instagram, I want to join this competition, but I need to fundraise. So please buy my rendang for charity and dessert for charity. And they will be like, take my money. So when you say you are passionate in something, they will not be hesitate to support you. So in a career world, I believe that you need to have passion in whatever you do. It is or what the Japanese people call as ikigai, the sense of purpose in life or the reason to go out of bed, so that we will not be dragging our foot to work every day. Okay, so when you have the passion, right, you will work hard. Without any force. Nobody's telling you to do that, but I'm willing to do that because I love that. And when you are in a career world, right, don't restrict yourself to doing your job only because you don't know which one might be the avenue that you would want to take on later. For example, as you, right, you never know that you will be a comedian today, right?
Nope, not at all.
Yeah, that's an interesting path to take on. Passion also helps us to not give up. It also makes you feel good about what you're doing.
Right. No, I wanted to ask you, can you learn to be passionate about something? What do you think? Like, okay, like let's say there's a lot of people who took a subject in school or in college because they had to, no choice, right? So they went there, they did accounting, let's say they did engineering, software, or whatever that they did. And then eventually they landed a job like that. Now, can you learn how to be passionate about that? That's something that you don't know.
Something that you're not.
No,
good?
something like usually you stumble into that job, right?
Oh.
Because there's a lot of people who at that time when they enter college, they still don't know what they want to do, right? So they eventually just take the first course that they see, which is sometimes accounting, sometimes mass comm, sometimes software engineering, sometimes even medical. Okay, like if you stumble into medical, it's quite good. But, at the end of the day, can you learn to be passionate about something that you stumbled upon?
I think passion, it comes from within, but it can also come along the time. Like throughout your path, you discover that, oh, I actually like this.
Yeah.
But in this case, Ria, if you stumble upon a job that you never think of, I think for the fresh graduates, you might have to accept the fact that you might not always get the first job, the dream job for the first job. Sometimes you might need to start ugly.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to start small at the local companies or the small companies, but it's still good though, because you still get to learn so many things, because usually in a small size team, you can do a holistic task. So it will equip you with skills, and these skills you can move towards your goal. Let's say you stumble upon this job that you do not like, that's so you change your goal. I actually want to do this. So you equip yourself at that job, and then you jump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fatih, what do you think? Do you think you can learn to be passionate about something?
I personally, unless you find yourself getting really good at what you're doing, then yes, you could become passionate about it because it comes easy to you, right? So you
Yeah.
kind of feel like, I can do that easily. Close my eyes, I can do it. But if it, but if you're good at something, but it doesn't satisfy you, like you still hesitate when you go to work, I feel like then you kind of still aren't passionate about it. So maybe not really. I think at the end of the day, it still goes. Your heart will still tell you what you really want to know. Your
Right.
heart will still guide you and tell you what your passions are. But again, at the same time, I feel like you can always have a 9 to 5 and do your passions on the side. It doesn't have to be separate. You don't have to make that choice in life, and that just look for your passions, find it, and then work towards it. And if you can also rake in money, then good for you.
Nuzrul, how? Can I? I mean,
Um,
it's easy for you because you were passionate about software engineering. You became a software engineer, and now you make software. It's so easy, right? That path was there. Like, what if, like, along the way, you became an accountant?
Yeah. Okay, the thing is, Kevin, I would say that even though I'm working in IT right now and I've always wanted to work in IT, I'm always open to explore new things because I think that's the wonderful thing about life. You cannot expect what's going to happen in the future. Maybe in 5 years, I'll be a stand-up comedian. I'm not sure, but maybe it's a
Hey,
possibility.
open
right?
mic is open. You can come 2-3 minutes, no problem.
Yeah, maybe I can open for you. All right. So I think I'm always open to try out new things, and even though when you go into the working life, right, when you're working for a big company, it doesn't mean that I work about IT all the time. Sometimes I have to think about strategies on how to make sure that the users use my software. Yeah. Okay. So we have to be like some sort of like a salesperson, something like that. Yeah. So I think like it's fine to be to open your choices. Yeah.
Tarun?
Well, Kevin, I go back to the point that Fatin made earlier about not knowing what your passion is, and then you like have to look for it constantly, right? So you might find your passion in the weirdest of places, right? So it is possible that you might stumble into a job, and suddenly like, you realize you're good at it, and you like it. You like doing it on a daily basis. You feel like it's worth your effort, worth your time, and who knows? So it's like I feel like I would. The example I would give is like trying out a food. For example, a cuisine that you're not used to. You wouldn't know whether you like it or not until you've tried it. And who knows, that might be the best dish you've ever tried ever in your life. So I guess at the end of the day, you have to keep your mind open to the possibility that the passion, what you're meant to do, is still out there. It's still unexplored.
Yeah. I mean, I remember because I didn't choose to be an engineer. I stumbled upon it because I didn't know what I wanted to be. To be fair, when I was a kid, when the teacher asked me what I wanted to be what's my cita-cita, I told my teacher, and this is absolutely true, I told my teacher I want to be a butterfly.
Butterfly.
Butterfly. You know why? Because I can be a caterpillar and a butterfly, so 2 in 1. I was a very dumb kid. Okay, so I didn't know butterfly was not a thing. But eventually, when I got to SPM, I knew I wanted to do arts, right? But they didn't let me because my grades were good, so they had to put me in science. I didn't know what I wanted to do until my mom just pushed me towards engineering, right? So I did find my passion in engineering. I just didn't find my passion in waking up at 8 o'clock every morning. That was the one thing I didn't. I hated that. Like, you know, how do you cope with that? How do you guys cope with that? Like Fatin, how do you cope with that?
Bit hard. Actually, maybe I can relate to you a little bit. I think actually up until post SPM, I actually really wanted to be a lawyer.
Okay.
And I still have dreams of becoming a lawyer one day.
One day.
Maybe doing a degree, a second degree on it. I'm actually an economist by training right now, and I work in banking technically as a regulator. But I personally, I feel like just because your degree says one thing, it doesn't mean you're restricted to it. And I think this is something that I really want people to consider, because just because you're an engineer by training doesn't mean you can't go into accounting one day. For me, I do have aspirations to go into tech one day, and I'm not going to let my title as an economist stop me there. And I think because our generation, we are being challenged all the time, I think personally, I don't think it's too much of a stretch for us to imagine ourselves in a career that is completely out of what you're supposed to be trained to do lah.
Okay.
So I think don't be shackled by whatever you are trained in, technically. Yeah.
Okay, so what about you?
The question was about waking up in the morning, right?
Yeah, we know what, like, how do you cope with that? Like, you know, you guys, I guess, is a different generation. Like, now it's working from home, it's easier because you can get up and straight go to work. Like, I had to get up and go through an hour of jam before I can reach, you know, my workplace. Like, how do you guys cope with this? Do you think like passion can overcome this? Like, I'm really passionate about this, but you know, I got to go through all this.
Actually, Kevin, I can relate to you because I stay far away from my workplace. It's like I have to commute 45 kilometers a day.
Okay.
So on a good day, it's maybe 50 minutes. On a bad day, jam and everything, it can lead to an hour and a half.
Yep.
So I have to wake up. I'm not a morning person, but I know that I have to wake up early, 5:30, and the first thing that I do is go downstairs and get a cup of coffee. Yeah. That's what wakes me up. If I don't get my caffeine dose in the morning, I'll have headache the whole day. Yeah. And so because of the pandemic, right, I have mornings where I have days where I work at home and then I have to go to the office. So at home, there's not much trouble because you can just wake up and then open your computer and do your work. But then when I have to go to the office, I have to wake up early and everything. And at first, it was difficult. It was really difficult. I would like complain in the morning, oh, why do I have to do this and everything? But then I try to find something interesting at the office. And which is every day I want to talk to a new person in the office. Yeah. Because because I think that's the point of going to the office. You want that human interaction. You want to know your colleagues and everything. And the good thing is that when I talk to my seniors, right, they're really open. They love teaching. They love like talking about IT stuff with me. I ask questions, all these weird questions, and we would discuss that together. And I find that something is really interesting, and that's the add-on on why I feel like, okay, when I wake up in the morning, okay, maybe today I want to meet this person. That what wakes me up in the morning. Yeah.
Okay, Nurul, I'm going to switch up the question a little bit. Okay, so when you were at university, right, did the university prepare you enough for the work experience that you're having now?
Okay, the university, it is actually our own initiative, but the university provide the platform for us. So it is up to you, you want to get engaged actively with the university or not. And as for me, I have always loved being involved with the university. I was a part of the Warwick International Student Office when I was in University of Warwick, where I do a lot of, sometimes I be a helper for Warwick Welcome, for the new students coming internationally, local students, postgraduate, undergraduate. It's like orientation week lah. And so even I used to be an assistant arrival weekend. If I said that word, what comes to your mind? Assistant arrival weekend. Actually, it's just helping students with their luggage to their dorm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking more like GRO, but different
no.
lah.
Oh no, actually it's not. It is basically, even the small things as that, because it makes me to encourage me to engage with the local residents there, local students, because if you do not have any reason to talk with them, then you will forever be in your comfort zone, be in your circle, Malaysian circle. So that is why I love to be involved, because that's the reason we go overseas, right?
Yeah.
We want to get as much as experience as we can. I did my internship as well, I've mentioned earlier, and it did broaden my mind a little bit. Not a little bit, well, the internship just for a few months, so yeah. Okay, so the quantities doesn't matter actually, but the quality, how the experience shape you as a person, how the experience prepare you for the work life. As for me, when I enter a project or society or any events, there are so many skills. For example, when you meet new people, you can network. When for the first time ever I met with Taran, I can know how to approach him. He looks approachable or not. You can know how to scan people. Do they look like defensive or receptive? And then some event taught you how to learn your mistake, learn to admit your mistake. For example, when I did my internship, right? My boss at that time, my senior at that time actually instructed me to do a task which I heard wrongly. So I ended up doing it wrongly. So that is always the lesson learned, which is do not be shy to ask if you do not understand, because you do not want to waste your time doing such a a redundant job or any things lah. Okay. So in fact, so equip yourself with skills when you are in university. It is actually helpful. But according to the LinkedIn report title, the talent for 2021, the future talent for 2021, it mentioned that actually the skills that are needed for the future jobs are the skills that are transferable and also technical. Experience and education only encompass about 20% of it. So actually, as long as you have skills, then employers are more likely to accept you. In fact, 2 out of 3 companies doesn't mind. This is a research done by LinkedIn report which I've read. 2 out of 3 companies doesn't mind to hire you if you are from a completely different industry, given that you have the skills matched with your job description. So don't be so rigid with your industry. You can always explore other paths as well.
You and I went overseas for very different reasons. You went for experience. I went to get away from my parents. Right, Taran, the skills in your university, do you think it transferable to work life as well?
So skills, I'm not going to talk about specific skills like coding or like
Of
the
course,
education knowledge,
yeah.
because like those things, like that's what university is
Yeah,
meant
yeah,
to do, right?
yeah.
But rather than that, I think the most transferable skill is being independent. Because for the first time in your life, you're going to be moving away from your family, from the support, the safety nets that your parents or your siblings have provided you with. And you're going to learn to live by yourself. And part of that involves making mistakes, learning from the mistakes, growing in terms of learning from your mistakes, owning up your mistakes. That provides such a valuable platform, such a good opportunity to grow from. And I think that's the most transferable thing you can bring when you move into the workplace, because more often than not, you're not always going to get support. You're not always going to get training or advice from your peers. Certain things you have to figure out by yourself. You are going to make mistakes along the way. Some of them are going to be really costly for you or for your company. And it's all a matter of whether you can survive beyond that.
Right.
And this, going beyond even jobs, I know, like, that's the phase where you move into adulthood. I think it's just useful in that sense, learning how to be independent. Other than that, I totally agree with Huda. Sorry, I call her Huda.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see, because I was not told.
No worries. Soft skills is extremely important. Communication, teamwork. Not all of us are born that way. Some of us are introverts. We don't really feel very comfortable like being in a very social setting, right?
Yeah.
So I think university can be that platform, can be that place where you can try out talking to. And I think we have been very fortunate in that sense to have been at universities where we were able to meet people from very different backgrounds, a lot of different cultures. You see things which might seem so weird to you, so unusual to you, but then yet, when you listen to their perspective, their opinion, and then you learn to accept it, I think it just generally improves us as human beings, prepares us, matures us when we're ready to become adults, ready to take up the job.
I like that. I like that. You go to university to grow up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. In a
It's
way.
a safe space to grow up.
Yeah, lah. Yeah. Fatin?
So I think university, unfortunately for me, I didn't fully immerse myself in the university experience.
Mhm.
Like Huda said, your university gives you all these platforms, right? And it's really up to you to actually avail yourselves to them. And I think, unfortunately, I didn't really do that so much. But one thing I did pick up from university was, so I joined the larger Malaysian society in the UK. Actually, I met Taran in one of the networking events there. So for me, the biggest takeaway from that was actually networking. I'm actually an introvert by nature, but due to my exposure to all these like networking events, I think I've learned to put myself out there and be social. So I think that's that's like one thing on top of all the other things that Huda and Taran both have said lah. Soft skills are really, really important. I think that's definitely something that your employer will look out for in you, because like Huda said, all those technical skills, and even Taran said the same thing, all those technical skills are what they expect out of you already. But your like project management skills, your time management skills, your ability to work in a team are really valuable. And for you, it doesn't, your journey doesn't stop here as well. You can continue honing it in over time.
Nuzrul?
Okay, so in my uni life, right, I went to uni for 4 years in total. And I started off slow actually. In my first year, I didn't do any extracurricular activities. Okay, I just studied. And the reason why was because that I was so scared. I was so scared of meeting new people in a foreign country. Okay. But then when second year came, I thought to myself, right, I have to do something. This is an opportunity that I cannot miss. So I still started off slow. I joined Malaysian communities activities first. I joined theatre. And then come third year, I had some confidence. So I joined engineering competitions, which required me to work with students across the world. Okay, it was a wonderful experience. Then I joined startup competitions that taught me how to pitch in front of angel investors and venture capitalists. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is that I couldn't do all that in my first year. And what led me to do that was that all the small steps that I took. Okay, imagine this. Imagine that you improve yourself, a small margin, just maybe like 1% every day, okay, for 1 year. You improve 1% every day, and then at the end of the year, you'll become 37 times a better person the year before. Okay, so take those small steps. Yeah.
All right, okay. So, you know, I was on the earlier panel with employers and asking, the whole time they were just talking about, this is what we want from our employees. This is what we want from our fresh graduates. This is what we want from the thing. Now, look, let's turn the tables, all right? What are y'all looking for in an employer? Like, Patian, where do we start with you?
Sorry, you had a panelist earlier, Mr. that was sitting.
Mr. Murthy?
Mr. Murthy, he was spot on actually about talking about what the fresh graduates wanted. We want flexibility. We want to be trusted. We want to be learning all the time, and we also want to know why. We do have this genuine curiosity within us, and I think so. Personally, for me, I think I want an employer that wants to embrace how the generation is like. Because exactly like how they put it, the generations are different. And I do want to work with an employer that doesn't look at me and doesn't like the things that I bring to the table. Flexibility is very important to me as well. I love being able to work from home, and I'm kind of glad that COVID allowed that to happen. So for me, I just want to be able to develop myself wherever I am. I want to be trusted by my employer, but also at the same time, I want to be given that flexibility so that I can explore things on the side while I also, devote myself to this company.
So I think this actually relate to one of my experience during an interview for an internship position for a startup company in Malaysia. Okay, so during the interview, I think everything went well until the final question. They asked me, do you have any questions for us? Okay. So I paused for a long time because I tried so hard not to say no, because if I said no, then it would show like I have no interest for the company, right? So my mistake was I didn't do any background research about the company. And after a long, awkward pause, I eventually said no. And obviously enough, I didn't get the internship position. Not sure if that's the sole reason, but of course it left a bad impression. So my opinion is that for an interview, it doesn't have to be one-sided, okay? So the interviewer is trying to find out if you're a good fit for the company, but at the same time, you're trying to find out if the company is a good fit for you. So ask questions about the company, show your interest, and think about how you can contribute to the company. Yeah. So do your research, read the latest news, read about their recent projects, and yeah, ask questions.
And Huda?
Oh, now you're calling me Huda.
You see, I got corrected halfway through, right?
Okay. So an employer that I will want, or environment lah, I will say, because employer is basically the environment that we will be working in. It's an environment that we are free to give our opinion, where we respect each other. I respect you as my employer, and the employer respect me as their employees, without any bias. But that's okay. Somehow I got this advice, right? Because everyone know that I'm going to be in this forum, and I ask for advice or the tips that they want to deliver. And there are a few of them say that while you're still young, grab as many as experience as you want. Whatever the employer asks you to do, just do, because you want to learn the skill, because that's how they start. Usually the previous employees at that time, you know, now is an advanced punya situation, right? So somehow it depends on you what you want. Like, do you want to start? Are you willing to start ugly? Are you or do you not will for that? So I think get to know yourself well. But ask yourself: is this employer a good fit for you? Can you cope with this company? So do your research. I agree with Nuzul's point. Do your research. Get to know the industry well, and ask yourself whether they are the kind of people you want to work for.
All right. And Tarun?
So I think a lot of people in our generation right now, right, are looking for ownership, sense of ownership in the work they do. And that's what they expect the employers to pass on to them. That relates to the points the earlier forum panelists have made as well, right, about inquisitive minds. They want to know why I'm doing this, what's the outcome of it, like how is it going to impact me. A sense of ownership essentially in what kind of work that we do, not just blindly following rules and instructions, right? So that's first and foremost, I think, in a general sense. Personally, my opinion, I'm looking for an employer who can provide good support in terms of being able to train myself. So let it be in terms of on-job training, or let it be in terms of maybe me wanting to do part-time studies, or even me looking for a side gig or something. I'm looking for that support from my employers if possible, because at the end of the day, we are working to live. So there's no point beating yourself up too much on the job, and any flexibility or support that the employers are able to offer in that sense is much appreciated. Right. So I think a lot of people in our generation would appreciate the same thing as well. Yeah.
You guys have such responsible answers. I swear, when I was your age, you know what I wanted in an employer? A pool table. Right? That was like my ultimate goal. Like, you all got a pool table. I mean, what do you want me to do? Wash toilet, can. Right?
To be honest,
I want an employer to respect me as a human being. In my time, they didn't even think I was a human being. You work.
Actually, Kavin, maybe I can add on to that. So there's a joke that goes on within our generation that we look out for an employer that takes care of our mental health. But when we ask for mental health, the employer will give us a pizza party instead.
Correct. No, that is correct. Like, but yeah, I get it, right? You guys have all these expectations and all this, like, I want my employer to respect me and all. Is it really that easy to find that kind of employer to this thing? Is it in your experience? I mean, I'm sure you guys have been through a few places, been through a few this thing. Is it easy to find that kind of employer? I mean, it was easy because we found two, Micron and Flex, just now, who were very, they were like, we have the counselors, we have this, we have that. In fact, I know Flex has a pool table, right? So, like, is it easy to find that kind of employer? What did?
I think it kind of goes back to what Nuzul said earlier. Know the kind of questions to ask. You need to really look inwards and know what kind of culture resonates with you. Because for every single person, it's different. Like some people might want to work in a place that's like really fast paced, but like really good leaders that inspire them. But some people just want to work a 9 to 5 and go back home to their family. And for some people, they just want to come to a workplace that they feel like they're part of a family, and that's fine. And to me, these workplaces offer you a plethora of like things that you can really consider. But what's important is during your interview, you have to ask the right questions to know if that work culture suits you. And if it does suit you, then that's great. But if it doesn't, then you can always just move on to the next one.
Right. Okay. Because if I would have done that, like you see, like last time we couldn't choose. Like we go to an interview, if we don't take, people call you choosy, right? And now, like you kind of have to be choosy because this is your life. Like you said, you don't live to work, you work to live, right? So what do you think? Is it easy to find employees?
Pulling from my experience, my personal experience, and also experience of my peers, right? I don't think it's that easy. It's also difficult to find the exact kind of information because certain things like culture, right? It's not exactly like, I mean, they put things on their websites, fancy words, but you would only know what's actually happening in there once you're properly in this environment, in that situation, right? So it's not exactly easy to gauge on whether your interest aligns with what the company is doing, whether there's a mismatch or not. But then I think also, fortunately enough, in Malaysia, there's the conversation moving in that direction. Just because there's a demand for it, I think. People are demanding that it should be treated better, there should be flexibility, especially the pandemic has made us question the whole dynamics of life and work. So hopefully I feel like we are moving towards a place where employers are slowly recognizing this and are willing to bring about the changes in their workplaces to accommodate these needs.
Huda?
Yes, I agree with Tarun that it is not easy because basically they are human, we are human, and each of us is unique.
Right.
So some people might find this employer actually fit them because it is the same with their personality. But for us, maybe just not fit. So to bring back your point, Fatin's point, where you need to ask the right question in order for you to discover whether this employer, you can cope with this employer or not.
Nuzrul, do you think it's easy?
I agree with the rest that it's not easy. But at the same time, what we can do is that if we really want that something, why not we try ask for it? Because if we don't ask for it, you'll never know what the answer is. If you see that you want to learn something and gain a new skill, why not just ask your employer, hey, can I go for this training? If the employer says no, then you got your answer. But if they say yes, then there you have it. You have what you want. Yeah.
Next time I'll ask for the pool table. Okay. That is, okay. So we've come to the last point that of questions that I have to ask, which is what advice do you have for fresh graduates out there, like what eager to kind of get into the workforce? They're trying to work their way in. What advice do you have? Huda, why don't you start?
Thank you, Kavin. For me, employers are searching for the right attitude. What is meant by the right attitude? It means that you have the drive, the hunger to achieve something, the hunger to grow and contribute more, and for learning opportunities. So if you demonstrate to employers that you are hungry for this, they will be more likely to hire you. But it depends, because it depends on your interview. your first touch point with your employer is face to face. Show to them, brings confidence to the table.
Okay.
Because show to them that you are ready to take on everything. Just bring it on. Give me. Be a resourceful person. Everything is at your fingertip. So there should not be excuse that I couldn't do this, because you can learn things. We are still young. We can still learn things. But if your first touch point is through your CV, put your energy to build your CV so that it will be a solid CV. Show the drive, the passion, and the skills. So back to you.
Taran?
From my opinion on this is basically have your priorities set on what are you looking for from your job. Like what do you want from it at the end of the day? Make a priority list. I think in today's world, there's so many different kinds of jobs. They used to be so clearly defined, like what you mentioned, right? Like so clearly defined roles, but I don't think that's no longer the case. So many overlaps, so many gray areas, so many intersections. So I feel like it's very possible for you to come up with a very well-defined priority list and try to look for a job that can fulfill those priority or fulfill those needs that you have. So I think that'd be very useful. But a more practical advice in terms of like maybe interviews, I'll chip in as well, would be train yourself. You might have a company that you really want to get into. Please don't go for that company right away. Train yourself with other companies for interviews first. Putting yourself in a situation where you're bombarded with questions, it trains you. So that by the time you reach the place that you want to actually try for, you have enough experience in handling the heat, handling the tense questions, and you're hopefully able to do much better than where you started off at. Probably employers will hate me for saying this, but I hope that it's useful.
No, that's actually great advice. Like I wish I had that advice when I was going for interviews, because what I will do is that's the company I want. That's the first one I'll go interview, and then it's like choice number 2, choice number 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, then you
move upwards.
Yeah, you are right though. If I would have gone from 5, 4, 3 to 1, I didn't have to accept 5. Right? I could have accepted. I mean, if I got the job, I could have. Yeah, it's good advice. Fatin?
Actually, I'm in the third category. So Taran's in the first category, Kavin's in the second category. I'm in the third category. I used to tell myself no all the time. To say I wanted to work in company A, I chicken out and not apply at all. So I think the biggest advice I give to graduates is don't let yourself deny yourself of all these opportunities. Let someone else say no. Just like how Nuzul said earlier, just ask, just apply, just put yourself out there. But on top of that, I think it's also really important that you really pick up all these like small technical skills that you think aren't exactly very relevant. Like I honestly think there's, I think for us, right, there's so much opportunity for us to pick up stuff, especially for Microsoft Office apps, like being able to do Excel really well, doing Word really well. I think Word and PowerPoint gets overlooked so much. But if you can really pick up all these skills, it can really help you deliver your project faster, more efficiently. And like your boss might not notice all these things about you, that you're really good at Excel, that use all these like fancy functions and stuff like that. But it really helps you do your job better. It gives you that satisfaction as well. So I would say do that. Pick up on all these like small technical skills that you think aren't that important.
You're right. I actually started learning office skills on TikTok. Yeah, they have the 1 minute video where you can do this. I'm like, really? Like, really? Yeah lah.
Exactly.
Nazrul?
All right. Okay. So my advice for students: don't repeat the same mistake I did during my uni, where I felt like I didn't do enough. Try new things and find your zone of genius where you love to do it, and also you're good at it. Okay. So for fresh graduates, even before you land a job, practice that 9 to 5 routine, meaning that you wake up early in the morning, you send your resumes, because if you don't send your resumes, nothing is going to happen. So make sure you send. And after that, maybe do some online courses out there. There's abundance of resources in the web. So try to gain a new skill or try to improve yourself. And then try something outside of the ordinary. So if you connect with a recruiter through LinkedIn or Twitter, send them a formal letter explaining why you're interested working for the company and why you're the best fit for them. Okay? do this 9 to 5 every day, and I guarantee you, you land a job in no time. So just remember that you don't have to improve yourself until the top level on day one. Just that small margin of 1% every day, and by the end of the year, you'll become a more and better person. That's my advice.
Oh, that's great advice, guys. Thank you so much.
If
Yes.
I may add,
Yes, please.
Fatin's point, when she mentioned about the chicken out, right? I came across this quote. Always go with choices that scares you the most, because that kind of choice will make you grow and make you step out of your comfort zone. So I think like being in this stage, right? It is pretty terrifying, but took on the challenge.
Yes. Do you know who's the most terrified in this stage? Me, right? Because look, listen, y'all are supposed to be here. Y'all are supposed to be talking about this. I'm a comedian. What am I doing here? Nobody knows. All right. So yeah, they just hired me because apparently I'm a pretty face. But then they put a mask on this. So yeah, it doesn't work. But thank you guys. Thank you so much for this. You know, you have no idea how impressed I am with you guys, because at your age I was not doing anything worthwhile in my life, and you guys have taken that step, and you all are inspiring other people to do so many good things, which is great. Thank you guys. But first, I would like to open to the floor. Kalau ada apa-apa soalan yang nak ditanya, boleh tanya, jangan malu-malu. Please don't be shy, just ask any question. If you want to know my address, my phone number, also can ask. Not all at once, please. Do we have any questions? One. There. Yes. Don't worry, a very handsome man will come and give you a mic.
Hello. Hi. My name is Jana, and I thoroughly enjoyed this session. I just have one question regarding how would you guys advise for preparation for work and life balance, in the sense of you guys are, as I'm aware, you guys are like under 5 years, but much experience in your job already. But I think, what would you guys advise for work-life balance in terms that, okay, I'm a newbie, I need to catch up, I need to utilize my time and learn a lot of things, and as well as, having a balanced social life outside of a 9 to 5 job. So that's my question. Thank you.
Anyone want to take this?
I'll
Go
take
on.
that, Jana. I think I'd like to make 2 points. First is, I think coming in new to the industry, new to a job, is always going to be difficult. The learning curve is most probably going to be very steep. You are going to be spending a lot of hours trying to learn what you're supposed to do, trying to learn social cues from your seniors, because sometimes they say something, but it means a different thing. You do the whole thing wrong, all part of the learning curve. But hopefully it gets better. It does. It did for me. I struggled a lot for the first few months in my current job. But then you learn to do things more efficiently, just because you're getting better. Because like what Nuzu was saying, right? You learn something every day that improves you gradually, and hopefully things get better. Second thing is one of the things that a senior of mine mentioned to me, that certain times you have to learn how to say no. And I think a lot of us in our generation, we kind of like borderline are people pleasers. Like we find it very hard to say no. In spite like it might kill us, we might end up working so many late hours and all, but we still refuse to say no. But then there has to be a cutoff point. There has to be a time when you need to know that too much is too much, and I would like to work in this project and all, but I just don't have the time for it. And I think a lot of people do understand that. They're learning to come to understand that, like not everyone is willing to work from 8 a.m. all the way to midnight for like a few weeks in a row. So hopefully you are in a team that is able to accept that answer and then let you lead a well-balanced like work and life situation.
Yeah. Your employer actually plays a very big part in your work-life balance, because it's not just you. You can want work-life balance as much as you want. If your employer doesn't allow it, guess what? You're not having work-life balance. You are having work balance.
Maybe I can add on.
Sure, yeah.
So Kevin was spot on. Boundary management with your employer is really hard. But I think for us as a generation, if enough of us actually communicate our needs to have a work-life balance, I think slowly it will come. It might not be immediate, like maybe your first job might not give you the work-life balance that you envisaged, but I think if you slowly learn to communicate and find out the people who are willing to give you that work-life balance, work closer with these people, gain their trust, and hopefully that will help. So, because for me, I think I found it really hard to set my boundaries as well, especially at the beginning, because I just wanted to say yes to every single project and prove myself. But I think slowly, once you learn to prove yourself, you will start to also learn how to say no. But also, you will start to find the right people that can actually give you that work-life balance. And I think that really helps me in my case, at least. Yeah. And also set your work-life boundaries as well. Set expectations on when you want to work, when you don't want to work, and slowly people will start to understand, and people respect that as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when I started work, I felt like all I had to do was work towards work-life balance where it's more life than work, right? So I started with work because I work as an engineer and a comedian. So I went to work, finish work, go and do comedy, and I did this for 10 years, right? Until I came to a point where I can quit my job and I had more life than work. So now what I do is I work 30 minutes a day, right? And the rest of the day I'm playing Spider-Man on PS5. So yeah, pretty cool work-life balance, right? Anybody else?
Yeah, okay. I just would like to emphasize on what Tarin said just now was that, yeah, I agree with you. It's when you have a lot of workload, it's really important to say no. Yeah. If not, burnout is such a dangerous thing to your mental health. And another thing that I learned was that try to eliminate repetitive tasks through automation. Yeah. Because you don't want to do the same thing every day because it's such a waste of your time. Okay. Sometimes if you work more than you are required to, it's because you're just doing the same thing every day. Right? So if you're interested in automation, there's this thing called RPA, robot process automation. It's like a robot, but it's a software which will help you do repetitive tasks. Yeah. So that's why automation is such a hot topic currently. Yeah.
I'd like to add that to that point. That's so true about automating certain parts of your daily tasks. For me, I'm a very Excel heavy. My work involves a lot of Excel. So then certain parts is just like copy pasting things over and over again. It's so pointless to do that. You'd rather spend one day or two, or like even just take a whole week, learn some VBA code. It might not come to you instantly. It will be hard. Learn it. But that thing you learn for that 1 week will save you so much time over the many years that you're going to work for. So it's investment. So yeah, I completely agree with Nuzo on that point. Like, try to automate it.
So to add on that, every time you want to do something, ask yourself, is this the most efficient way of doing this? For example, right, if you have just started working in a new company and they give you like so many books to read about the company, and you feel like, I'm not going to finish this pretty soon. So interview the people, network, and ask them verbally if that depends on how effective your learning style is lah. So ask yourself, is this the most efficient way? Yes. Usually when you have just started in a new company, usually the journey is going to be a bit tough in the beginning, but it will settle down soon lah, once you have discovered how to do things most efficiently.
All right, so I guess that takes us to the end of the program. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for listening to my old man stories and stuff like that. But you guys have been great. Such a inspiration for everybody as well. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a break for lunch, I guess, and then we will be back with some really great speakers as well. So please. Oh yeah, you got one more question. Okay. Sorry. Oh, we have another session. Okay, yes, we have another session after this, which I will be briefed upon as soon as I get off stage, and then I will come back and tell you all about it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that the programming so far has been, entertaining enough for you guys. I hope that, everything has been, up to your standards, I guess. But don't worry, we have a lot more lined up for you guys. Right now, occupational safety and health is also commonly referred to as occupational health and safety, occupational health or occupational safety, which is a multidisciplinary field concerned with the safety, health, and welfare of the people at occupation. There are several safety positions with different levels of responsibility in a safety career path. Each advancing level typically requires higher levels of experience, education, and knowledge, and skills in leadership, business practices, and safety and health and communication and information. Let's welcome our next speaker, Ms. Ruzita binti Muhammad Sharif from National Institute of Occupational Health, Safety and Health, NIOSH. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her on stage.
Tes 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Assalamualaikum semua. Apa khabar? Thank you for waving at me. I was also looking for my friends as well. Can we take a moment of clapping for the speakers just now? They were very awesome, wasn't it? Big clap for them. Thank you guys. Good job. Thank you. Okay. Sekali lagi, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to the session for today. Hope you can see the slide. Should I move a little bit? Boleh nampak Okay. Right. Pertama sekali saya nak ucapkan selamat datang dan semoga maju jaya ya. Awal-awal lagi bagi tahu semoga maju jaya. Saya tahu tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, adik-adik sekalian mungkin mencari hala tuju masa hadapan ya. Jadi saya rasa yang kita punya contoh tadi sangat baik. Tapi at the same time saya rasa ada satu perkara yang kita nak juga ingatkan pada adik-adik. Terutama yang disebutkan yang pagi tadi, speaker tu ada sebut bila berjumpa dengan interviewer, apa dia yang kita nak cakap, apa yang kita nak jawab. Dan di akhir tu dia ada cakap, do you have any questions? So let me tell you, this topic will make you ask some questions to your future employer insyaAllah ya. So pertama sekali saya nak introduce apa yang dimaksudkan dengan occupational safety and health. Tadi MC ataupun kita punya nama dia pengurusi majlis kita yang handsome tadi pun dah sebutkan, dah nyatakan apa maksud occupational safety and health. Jadi basically saya translatekan sikit kepada bahasa Malaysia, bahasa ibunda kita. Bila kita bekerja, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, adik-adik sekalian, sebaiknya seboleh-bolehnya kita nak tempat yang selamat dan sihat. Ya. Jadi occupational safety and health bermaksud bidang keselamatan dan kesihatan di tempat kerja. Jadi apabila adik-adik masuk ke alam pekerjaan, carilah tempat yang selamat dan sihat. Semoga kita dapat bekerja lama, kita dapat menyumbang kepada ahli keluarga kita dan sebagainya. Ya. Bila kita pergi kerja, kita balik dengan selamat. Ya. So mari kita lihat siapakah ataupun agensi yang terlibat dalam bidang keselamatan dan kesihatan pekerjaan. Okey adik-adik, you have gone through your education ya, yang sekolahnya, sekolah menengahnya, universitinya. Apabila nak masuk ke alam pekerjaan, sebenarnya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, adik-adik akan dilindungi ataupun ada pihak yang menjaga kita sebagai pekerja ya. Tapi kena jadi pekerja dululah ya. Tapi sebelum masuk ke alam pekerjaan, beberapa persediaan kita boleh buat dahulu. Contohnya, di bawah Kementerian Sumber Manusia, kita ada Majlis Negara untuk Keselamatan dan Kesihatan Pekerjaan. Nama pendek dia NCOSH. NCOSH ya. So Majlis Negara ni dia tengok, dia buat policy. Apa yang patut kita buat untuk pekerja kita supaya mereka sentiasa selamat dan sihat di tempat kerja. Keduanya kita ada penguat kuasa. Ya, kalau ada yang masih datang untuk bayar samban ke apa itu penguatkuasa jalan raya. Tapi di tempat kerja kita ada penguatkuasa namanya Department of Occupational Safety and Health ataupun Jabatan Keselamatan dan Kesihatan Pekerjaan, JKKP. Dia kalau dia datang kuasa undang-undang dia akan pakai baju warna hijau, jaket hijau ya. So bila jaket hijau masuk, kita dah berdebar, kita, apalah yang mungkin ada kesalahan di tempat kerja. Mari kita ketahui sedikit dalam slide yang saya sediakan ni. Ketiga, kita ada rakan kita perkeso yang sentiasa melindungi kita bila kita menjadi seorang pekerja ya. Tapi kalau boleh kita tak nak sampai dah berlaku kemalangan, dah berlaku kecederaan. Sebab kita nak guna badan kita macam tadi dia kata work-life balance. Kita nak balik rumah, kita nak bersama keluarga, bercuti dan sebagainya. So kita kena sentiasa cuba berada dalam keadaan selamat dan sihat di tempat kerja. Tapi we know at the back of our mind, we know we have our friends from Perkeso yang sentiasa melindungi kita. Kepada adik-adik, kepada yang bertukar pekerjaan, ada insurans, ada pampasan, ada macam-macam lagi. Ya. Kalau nak tahu, kena pergilah booth dia dan tanyakan apa yang saya dapat kalau saya sebagai pekerja. Ya. Dan last but not least, of course, booth saya di sini, booth NIOSH di sini, kami sebagai pihak yang memberi knowledge dan skill. Yang tadi disebutkan oleh speaker kita, dia kata adik-adik jangan buang masa, dapatkan knowledge, dapatkan skill. Di mana? Antaranya adalah di National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health ataupun NIOSH. Ya. Jadi kami ini adalah training center yang berkaitan dengan keselamatan dan kesihatan pekerjaan. Macam mana nak selamat, nak sihat? Pergilah ke NIOSH untuk mengetahui lebih lanjut lagi. Kalau nak overview sikit-sikit, nak tanya apa tu, pergilah ke booth kami terlebih dahulu. Mungkin dapat sedikit maklumat ataupun teaser dia kata ya. So, kami punya misi adalah untuk memberikan solusi. Kalaulah adik-adik dan masuk di alam pekerjaan kata, alamak, macam ada bahaya, macam mana nak solve this problem? So, mungkin boleh kontak dengan NIOSH, dapatkan maklumat, macam mana saya nak berhadapan dengan bahaya ni? Macam mana saya nak kerja dengan selamat ni? Jadi kami akan bantu untuk berikan knowledge dia dan skillnya. Ya. So sekali lagi saya tunjukkan booth kami di sini, dekat aja. So harapnya kami sentiasa juga dekat di hati adik-adik, sentiasa ingat kami. Kalau nak Google sekarang pun boleh, masuk website kami, niosh.com.my ya, untuk melihat apa dia kursus-kursus yang disediakan. Okey, adik-adik, bila kita masuk sebagai pekerja, ada satu dipanggilkan akta yang melindungi kita sebagai pekerja. Namanya Occupational Safety and Health Act. Nama glamour dia OSHA ataupun akronimnya adalah OSHA. Ya. Apa OSHA ni buat? Dia mengatakan bahawa dalam satu tempat kerja ada majikannya dan ada pekerjanya. Suatu tempat kerja tak boleh berfungsi tanpa majikan, tanpa pekerja. Dia mesti ada dua-dua. It takes two to tango. Ya? So, majikan tu dia mewujudkan tempat kerja, bersama tempat kerja tu ada risiko dia, ada bahaya dia. Kita pula masuk bekerja, kita terima risiko tersebut. Kita terima bahaya tersebut. Ya? Jadi kalau adik-adik masuk bekerja, the first thing that you want to ask antara perkara yang dikatakan tadi, apa nak tanya? Tanya ini. Apabila saya masuk bekerja, apakah risiko saya? Ya, tuan, puan, bila tanya dengan interview tu. Apabila saya masuk bekerja, apakah jenis bahaya yang ada di tempat kerja? Boleh saya tahu? Tanyakan begitu. Tapi kerana kita kata di bawah OSHA, yang dikatakan sebagai yang mewujudkan risiko adalah majikan dan yang bekerja dengan risiko adalah pekerja. Okay? So itu antara soalan pertama yang mungkin boleh adik-adik tanya dalam interview nanti. Yang kedua, kita nak fikirkan bahawa bila kita masuk bekerja, kita bekerja secara fizikalnya dan banyak isu yang disebutkan tadi juga dengan mentalnya. Ya? Bagaimana kita menyediakan minda kita sebagai seorang pekerja. Okay, so dalam OSHA juga melihat kedua-dua aspek ni, menegaskan bahawa fizikal tu penting, minda juga penting. Okay, so kedua-dua ni perlu dipenuhi, perlu disediakan dengan baik. Ya, so majikan tu kewajipan dia, responsibility dia, tanggungjawab dia menyediakan persekitaran yang selamat dan sihat. Okay. Kalau tengok di sini dia kata fizikalnya dan mindanya. Tapi sebenarnya kalau kita susun betul-betul, dia ada 5 klasifikasi hazard, ya, ataupun bahaya di tempat kerja. Jadi yang pertama tadi kita kata fizikal, bahaya fizikal. Contohnya kalaulah adik-adik bekerja di kawasan construction, tapak bena, tentunya ada banyak papan, batu bata. Boleh ke ada bahan yang jatuh daripada atas? Ya, kerana bila dia buat construction, dia bina, ada peralatan di atas, mungkin boleh jatuh ke kepala dan sebagainya. Tersadung, tergelincir, itu semua bahaya fizikal. Kedua, apabila kita bekerja di tempat kerja, mungkin ada bahan-bahan kimia yang kita tak perasan. Sebenarnya di rumah pun ada bahan kimia. Berapa banyak kita pakai? Berapa banyak kita terdedah kepada bahan kimia, ya? So, ini semua kita perhatikan, dan macam tadi speakers mengatakan buat sedikit homework, melihat jenis kerja apa yang kita ingin bekerja, ya, di kawasan macam mana yang kita nak kerja. Yang ketiga, yang ini selalunya berkaitan dengan virus, dengan biologi, ya. Jadi kalau ada adik ada kecenderungan ke arah bekerja di hospital, di klinik, itu sesuatu yang mungkin adik-adik, satu risiko yang kita terpaksa hadapi. Setiap hari pun ada risiko. Kita datang sini naik kereta tadi pun risiko. Naik LRT, MRT pun risiko. Risiko yang kita terima. Tetapi risiko ni semua telah dah dibuat calculation, telah dikatakan kita diletakkan sebagai paling minima, supaya orang awam boleh naik, supaya kita boleh naik kereta dan sebagainya. Namun yang biological ni kita sedang hadapi, ya. Kita belum menang, tapi kita boleh menangkan diri kita dengan kekal sihat. Okay? So saya nak ingatkan juga supaya kekalkan SOP, kekalkan jarak, basuh tangan selalu. Okay? Adik-adik macam tadi yang dikatakan tadi, antara tips-tips dia, ya. Ketika nak memohon kerja, kehidupan kita hidup secara ke arah waktu kerja tu, 9 to 5 katanya tadi, ya, supaya kita membawa budaya kita sendiri ke dalam tempat kerja yang baru nanti. Okay? So dalam budaya tersebut kita wujudkan budaya sihat sudah. Bila dia kata work 9 to 5, maksudnya malam buat apa? Tidur, rehat, kerana badan perlukannya. Tadi ingat, ya, perkara yang kita kata fizikal kena selamat dan sihat, minda kena selamat dan sihat. Jadi kadang-kadang bukan tempat kerja yang salah, kita yang mendatangkan masalah diri kita sendiri. Yang keempat, iaitu apabila adik-adik bekerja, bila kita kerja construction, mungkin kita kena panjat. Bila kita bekerja di pejabat, macam rasa tak ada bahaya je. Tapi di pejabat ada kerusi, ada meja, ada komputer. Berapa jauh kita duduk dengan komputer? Di tempat kerja kita gelap macam ni ke atau ada cahaya untuk kita buat kerja? Kerusi yang kita guna di tempat kerja tu sesuai atau tidak untuk belakang kita? So ada isu-isu dikatakan ergonomik. Saya rasa ini bukan satu yang adik-adik tak biasa dengar, ergonomik. Kat rumah mesti ada tilam ergonomik. Mesti ada kerusi ergonomik untuk main game katanya, ya. Oh, kalau main game mesti sedap. Tak tahulah kitanya pengurusi main pool pun ada ergonomik tak agaknya? Ada kan? Sure. Right. And the last one is psychological, iaitu minda kita. Jadi saya suka speaker tadi awal-awal dah cakap. We have the right to say no. Tapi bila kita nak kata no, kita katakan dengan baik, dengan berhemah. Dan kita berikan solution. I cannot do this, but I can do other things. Ya, jadi bila sediakan jawapan kepada majikan, tidaklah kata no, tapi I can do this but I cannot do this. Ya, saya boleh buat ni dan saya tak boleh buat ni. Sebelum saya pergi lebih jauh lagi, saya nak ingatkan adik-adik, Kementerian Sumber Manusia kita bukan seperti universiti atau sekolah, ya. Itu di bawah Kementerian Pendidikan Pelajaran. Kementerian Sumber Manusia melihat kepada pembangunan pekerja, memberi peluang untuk pekerja menambah knowledge dan skill. Okay? So yang kita katakan keperluan di sini, adik-adik boleh sebelum masuk bekerja dapatkan kursus-kursus di NIOSH contohnya, kerana di bawah OSHA majikan bertanggungjawab untuk berikan perkara-perkara ni. 4 perkara penting, dia mesti sediakan arahan, dia kena sediakan makluman, dia kena sediakan latihan dan terakhir dia kena menyelia kerja tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Jadi ada perkara yang kita tak betul buat, tak tahu buat, dia kena latih kita. Dan kita boleh minta latihan tersebut. I don't know how to do this, can you train me? Okay? So itu adalah tanggungjawab majikan di bawah OSHA, ya. So bila yang dikatakan sebagai apa nak tanya, ya, tanya itu, adakah majikan menyediakan latihan untuk pekerja? Yes. Oh, saya nak kerja ni. Terimalah kerja ni, ya. Seterusnya saya nak menceritakan tentang kalau dikatakan kursus apa nak ambil di NIOSH tu, ya. Kalau adik-adik nampak tadi rakan-rakan kita, mereka yang sudah berada dalam alam pekerjaan bersedia untuk terus, dia kata perkataan hungry. Oh, saya suka perkataan hungry tu. Saya rasa pengerusi majlis pun hungry buat masa ni sebab kita tengah lunch hour. Tapi hungry ni ada maksud physical hungry dan juga psychological hungry. Psychological hungry tu maksudnya minda kita nak tahu lebih lagi. Kalau pergi ke nak tahu bahaya fizikal, bahaya kimia tadi, nak tahu lebih sentiasa. Tapi makan pun kadang-kadang pun macam tu, ya. Makan pun lebih juga, ya. So antara lain kita kena cuba seimbangkanlah, ya. Now, di sini kita nak cakap tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, adik-adik sekalian, saya suka adik-adik sudah mempunyai a bit of a knowledge, education, ya. Datang ke sini sudah mempunyai beberapa pendidikan terdahulu dan mungkin ada yang teruskan dengan universiti. Apa salahnya? Bagus tu. Satu laluan yang baik. Namun at the same time, jika itu tidak berlaku lagi dan adik-adik rasa, okay, I want to go bekerja dulu. Okay? So di tempat kerja, kita ada manager, kita ada bos, sekretari, kita ada kerani, clerk, technician dan sebagainya. Dalam ramai-ramai, cuba tanya mereka, siapa yang nak selamat dan sihat? Adakah yang cakap tak nak? Semua nak selamat dan sihat. Ya? Jadi sebenarnya tanggungjawab untuk berada dalam keadaan selamat dan sihat, tanggungjawab semua. Kita kena tengok kawan-kawan kita. Macam KKM kata apa? Kita jaga kita. Ya? So kalau kawan kita nampak tak berapa sihat, laporkan ataupun bawakan dia ke klinik dan sebagainya. Jadi kita nak kata, adakah adik-adik memiliki ciri-ciri tersebut? Ya? Antara speaker yang sebut tadi pun juga sebut tentang keperluan kepentingan attitude, to have the right attitude. So, dalam OSH competency yang dikatakan, saya panggilkan OSH tadi, ya, Occupational Safety and Health. Dalam OSH tu dia ada 2 bidang utama dia, keselamatan dan juga kesihatan, safety and health. Jadi di Malaysia kita, dalam aspek safety adalah seperti mereka yang dinamakan sebagai scaffolder, crane operator, site safety supervisor. Jadi di sini saya tunjukkan sedikit statistik 2018. Mereka yang mendaftar dengan pihak DOSH sebagai OYK, orang yang competent, ya, competent person. Jadi kalau adik-adik nampak situ, scaffolder dan crane operator paling tinggi kerana sebelum ni kita asyik dengar crane jatuh, scaffolding jatuh. Jadi usaha DOSH untuk tingkatkan lagi supaya semua orang selamat, dia naikkan lagi bilangan competent person. Di mana mereka belajar untuk jadi competent person? Ada senarai itu dekat DOSH dan antaranya kami juga mengajar untuk kursus Site Safety Supervisor, yang ini khasnya di tapak bena. Jadi kalau adik-adik berminat ke arah tapak bena, this is one of the course yang boleh diambil. Site Safety Supervisor, bilangan hari 10 hari kursus, yuran sebanyak lebih kurang 1,000 lebih sikit ya. Maklumat tu ada kat situ, ada juga dekat website. If you Google now, you can find it, Site Safety Supervisor. Iaitu untuk bidang keselamatan. Kemudian kita ada bidang kesihatan. Kesihatan ni kita kata, oh nak jadi doktor ke? Tapi bukan sebarang doktor, dia occupational health doctor. Tapi ini kita mungkin tak mempunyai kelayakan lah, sebab ini perlu ada kelayakan medical doctor terlebih dahulu, baru dia boleh pergi occupational health doctor. Tapi perkara lain yang kita boleh dapat adalah menjadi seorang hygiene technician, chemical health risk assessor, indoor air quality assessor, noise risk assessor, dan juga mereka yang bekerja di ruang terkurung, manhole, underground ya, namanya authorized gas tester. So ini semua adalah antara competent person yang ada di Malaysia kita setakat ni ya. So ini data 2018 yang adik-adik dapat lihat, kita ada ramai pekerja yang terpaksa bekerja dalam ruang terkurung. Jadi that's why bilangan authorized gas tester tu paling tinggilah, dalam 76% ya dalam competent person. Seperti juga macam dekat safety punya bidang, iaitu crane operator dan scaffolder tu mempunyai bilangan yang ramai. Kerana negara kita sentiasa sedang membangun ya, jadi banyak kerja-kerja yang memerlukan competent person. Saya nak teruskan, di sini kalau tak dapat buka web melalui handphone, mungkin boleh scan kod ini dan akan terus dapat kalender kursus kami. Basically kita ada 4 bahagian kursus ataupun kategori kursus. Yang pertama di peringkat induction ataupun kita panggilkan sebelum masuk kerja, dia ada satu kursus khas ya. Untuk tempat-tempat seperti Telekom Malaysia, Tenaga Nasional ya, dan juga mereka yang nak pergi ke arah kawasan yang berkaitan dengan oil and gas. Nama dia Oil and Gas Safety Passport. Jadi kursus ni pendek, 1 hari sahaja dan ada insurans ya. Insurans selama 3 tahun. Kerana tugasan ini adalah tugasan pendek, tapi kamu masuk ke kawasan tempat kerja yang agak berbahaya. Jadi dia sediakan induction course supaya sesiapa yang masuk bekerja akan kekal selamat, pulang selamat dan sihat. Okay? So itu yang kategori pertama. Kategori kedua, dan semua ni adik-adik boleh mengikutinya. Semua bentuk kelayakan ada ditertera dalam website NIOSH juga. Dan yang awareness ni antara perkara yang mudah diambil dan sesuai jika adik-adik nak masuk ke interview ya, untuk menghadapi interview. Yang ini menceritakan tentang apa itu OSHA, apa itu akta tersebut, bagaimana, apakah yang disebutkan keselamatan dan kesihatan ya. Termasuk juga yang berbentuk skill base. Skill base bermaksud jika adik-adik, wow, saya nak jadi seorang yang boleh memanjat, ya, bekerja di tempat tinggi, nama dia working at height. So itu nama dia skill base. Memerlukan kerja tangan adik-adik, boleh memanjat, tidak gayat. Maknanya your body is fit to work, ya, sihat. Ada juga BOFA stands for Basic Occupational First Aid, first aid ya, untuk jadi first aider di tempat kerja. Dan itu antara ciri-ciri yang majikan pasti tertarik dan akan berminat untuk menerima adik masuk ke tempat kerja. Alright? Ke arah kompetensi yang kita katakan tadilah, yang site safety supervisor, yang kerja di ruang terkurung, chemical health risk assessor dan sebagainya. Kalau tak tahu nama-nama ni, tanya mereka di sana tu, di booth NIOSH. Pasti dia akan dapat menjawab dan membantu adik-adik. Okay? Terakhir, apabila dah bekerja lama, walaupun tidak semestinya bekerja lama, kalau rasa adik-adik memang ada ciri-ciri sebagai seorang pengajar, kita ada satu kursus namanya Train the Trainer program. Ya. Jadi Train the Trainer, TTT itu menjadikan adik-adik seorang yang berkelayakan untuk mengajar. Tak kisahlah apa pun subjek yang adik-adik nak ngajar. Tadi yang dikatakan Excel lah, suruh mengajar Excel lah, pengurusi majlis kata dia belajar dengan TikTok. Jadi kalau adik-adik terror Excel boleh mengajar pengurusi majlis kita ya, buat kursus. Tapi kita kena ada sijil ni dululah, train the trainer program. Okay? Apa benefit kalau buat dengan NIOSH, kita mengajar supaya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan menjadi seorang pengajar yang selamat dan sihat. Apabila kita conduct kelas pun akan sentiasa selamat dan sihat. Dan ini saya pasti ciri-ciri yang no employer will say no to. Ya, semua employer akan ingin mengambil mereka yang mempunyai ciri-ciri keselamatan dan kesihatan. Ya. Right, ladies and gentlemen ataupun adik-adik semua, yang dimaksudkan tadi sebagai kompetensi iaitu mempunyai knowledge-nya, skill-nya dan the right attitude. Ya, 3 ini kombinasi yang formula untuk menjadi competent person atau mempunyai ciri-ciri yang majikan suka sangat. Okay? Dan saya rasa untuk mereka adik-adik selalu kita dapat daripada parents yang mengatakan, boleh ke kita masuk kursus ni? Boleh. Kerana mereka ada masa, mereka ada duit. Namun ada satu lagi yang diperlukan dari pihak DOSH iaitu pengalaman kerja. Jadi apabila masuk kursus, masih memerlukan pengalaman kerja untuk melengkapkan kompetensi tersebut. Okay? So ini contohnya kalau adik-adik sudah dapat knowledge dalam bidang safety and health, kemudian dalam tu kita mengajar juga kemahiran bagaimana nak kita panggilkan HIRAC ya, konsep HIRAC ni makna hazard identification, risk assessment dan risk control. Bagaimana mengenal pasti bahaya, bagaimana menilainya, sangat teruk atau tak berapa teruk ya, very severe or not so severe, dan last kali bagaimana kita control. Bolehkah kita hapuskannya, bolehkah kita gantikannya, atau last kali terpaksakah kita memakai PPE. PPE tahu ke PPE? Siapa tahu angkat tangan PPE? Ada? PPE. Oh ni, tunjuk ni, bagus. Yeah, this is one of it. Very good. Kalau di tangan pakainya glove. Kalau di kaki pakainya kasut keselamatan. Tapi ini sebenarnya semua langkah yang terakhir. Kalau kita ambil contoh COVID, antara langkah-langkah awal yang kita kena buat, antaranya ambil vaksin, basuh tangan, ya, penjarakan, barulah ke PPE. Ya. Harap-harapnya dia dapat mengurangkan lagi COVID tu sampai kat kita. Last one adalah the right attitude. Jadi dalam kompetensi program, bila dikatakan sebagai SSS, Triple S, SHO, pekerja ruang terkurung, setiap satu tu telah diberikan ciri-ciri oleh DOSH. Ya. Attitude apa yang mesti ada dalam setiap pekerjaan ini? Pastinya dia nak somebody yang apa dipanggilkan, semua ciri yang baik-baik, ya. Honest, reliable, ya, punctual. Jadi itu yang kita kena bina dari awal, kerana diri kita, dia sendiri akan menunjukkan diri kita, siapa diri kita. Ya, kita tak boleh nak menipu sangat sebenarnya. Jadi especially dalam CV pun macam tu. Kita tulis sekian-sekian perkara, tapi betul ke kita mempunyai ciri-ciri tersebut? So do the right thing, say the right thing, ya, supaya kita mempunyai menunjukkan ciri-ciri yang betul. Okey adik-adik. So sebenarnya dalam bidang OSH ni ada banyak dipanggilkan pilihan dan laluan dia ya. Contoh kalau kita kata kategori kursus tadi dari awal adalah berkaitan awareness. Jadi di situ kita berupaya untuk memberikan kesedaran kepada pekerja lain ataupun kontraktor orang luar, ya, apa itu keselamatan dan kesihatan di tempat kerja ya. So bila masuk kerja nanti akan biasa dengan perkataan toolbox. Apa tu toolbox? Toolbox meeting ataupun dipanggil safety briefing ya. Di awal-awal macam kita nak naik kapal terbang lah. Ke dah lupa nak naik kapal terbang macam mana? Masuk kapal terbang apa dia buat? Okey, duduk, pasang tali pinggang, tengok saya macam mana saya pakai pelampung dan sebagainya. That is a safety briefing. So sama juga di tempat kerja, every time kita masuk satu tempat kerja yang berbeza, mereka akan sediakan makluman tentang keselamatan dan kesihatan di tempat kerja. Alright. Yang kedua, kita menjadi orang yang terlatih ataupun kita kata sudah mengikuti kursus ya bagaimana berhadapan dengan bahaya. So antara jawatan yang dinamakan di situ adalah OSH Coordinator dan juga Ergonomic Risk Assessor. Right. And then number 3 adalah mereka yang kategori competent person tadi, SHO, Triple S, ruang terkurung AGTS tadi ya. Yang keempat yang kita sebutkan the trainers program tadi ya, jadi seorang pengajar dalam bidang OSH. Naik ke atas lagi yang kelima menjadi seorang konsultan, auditor dan akhirnya menjadi seorang expert yang sentiasa dijadikan rujukan, yang selalu keluar dalam TV contohnya, yang mewakili negara contohnya. Yang itu antara kita kata pakar-pakar dalam bidang keselamatan dan kesihatan pekerjaan. Okey tak semua? Boleh lagi tak? Sikit je lagi sebelum kita pergi rehat. Right. Ini contoh kalau adik-adik mengambil kursus namanya Safety and Health Officer, SHO ya. Jadi kelayakan dia ada sedikit yang kita nak lihat sama ada SPM okey tak okey, mesti ada kredit Maths BM yang itu boleh semak di booth dan juga dalam website pun ada dinyatakan. Yang ini ciri-ciri yang diperlukan di tempat kerja sana ya. Kebanyakan tempat kerja yang besar dia wajib mempunyai Safety Health Officer. Dan apa yang perlu dibuat oleh Safety Health Officer ada 4 perkara utama, iaitu membantu pihak pengurusan, nombor 1. Kedua, membantu pentadbiran dalam tempat kerja dalam aspek keselamatan dan kesihatan. Nombor 3, memberitahu jika ada kemalangan kecederaan. Dan terakhir, sentiasa memeriksa tempat kerja tu berada dalam keadaan selamat dan sihat. Ya. Jadi ini sedikit makluman. Kalau berhasrat untuk menjadi seorang Safety Health Officer, ini ciri-ciri yang diperlukan di luar sana. Kursus dia selama 22 hari sahaja dan boleh diambil secara full time iaitu Monday to Friday atau part time Saturday Sunday selama 22 hari. Dan satu lagi konsep dia katakan modular. Modular means every month kita datang, spend about 5 days or 6 days nak menyiapkan 4 modul ni. Okey? Kalau berminat, jumpa kami di sana. Alright? Okey, ini cuma nak mengingatkan adik-adik, di luar sana selepas COVID ni keadaan bekerja sudah berubah sedikit ya. Namun konsep keselamatan dan kesihatan masih sama dan tak ada siapa yang akan menjaga adik-adik kecuali diri sendiri. Dan kita kena membantu melihat antara satu sama lain. Kalau dulu kita kata kerjanya 9 to 5, sekarang ada yang speaker tadi kata suka kerja work from home. Saya pun suka work from home kan. Tapi bila work from home, dia punya masa jadi all the time kadang-kadang ya. Sebab time kita nak masak, kita tinggalkan kerja. Jadi kita kena bayar balik waktu kerja tu. Sudah masuk waktu lain contohnya ya. Jadi masa tu jadi all the time jadi ya. Kemudian yang cantiknya, kita boleh wujudkan mungkin peluang-peluang baru dalam alam pekerjaan. Jadi yang dikatakan speaker tadi, never be afraid, go for it, cuba dapatkan yang terbaik untuk diri adik-adik. Okay, so ini just a reminder. I'm about to finish my slide. Dan kalau tak nampak sangat ni, ini cuma nak maklumkan bahawa di NIOSH sendiri kita memastikan kompetensi pekerja kami ya. So ada 16 competent person di NIOSH. Total NIOSH 1 Malaysia kita ada about 300 pekerja. Sabah, Sarawak, Penang, Johor dan sebagainya. Dalam ramai-ramai ini ada 16 yang memegang kompetensi. Contoh seperti kita ada 1 occupational health doctor, kita ada 1 occupational health nurse. Jadi kalau kata adik-adik melihat slide ni dan merasakan, I want to do this, I want to be like this, come and see us, we are here all the time. Kalaulah kata rasa susah nak dapat panggilan telefon ke apa, saya nak sebutkan nombor telefon saya jika adik-adik berminat, PM tepi. Ya. Ambil nombor saya 012-234-8577. Sebut sekali je ya. Okay. Seterusnya adalah selain daripada dipanggilkan safety and health, kita melihat juga aspek management system. Ya, di luar sana majikan mencari orang yang boleh menguruskan quality, menguruskan environment, menguruskan pelupusan sampah dan sebagainya. So itu adalah peluang-peluang. Adik-adik grab the chance, grab the opportunity, belajar dan dapatkan kompetensi seperti ini. Yang ini some universities ada offer, but mostly dekat colleges dan training providers ada menawarkan kursus. Ini pendek saja, dia tak lama pun sebenarnya ya. Contoh macam SHO tadi, itu rasanya paling lama, 22 days. Yang lain semua lagi pendek pada tu. Alright? Are you ready now to go into your workplace, workforces? Can I hear yes or no? Oh wow, bagus. Yang belah sana pun jawab yes, so tak payah tu, itu dah ada kerja. Yang ini saja nak dengar. Okay, thank you so much for the time guys. Again, saya letakkan saya punya phone number dan email address. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us. Come and see us at the booth. Saya ucapkan selamat maju jaya kepada semua. Thank you for listening. Assalamualaikum. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Puan Rosita. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break for, get some refreshments, get some lunch, get some water. You can do whatever you want. But we will be back at 2 p.m. for another speaker. And it will be very interesting. So join us for that one. If you're on Facebook, go have lunch lah. Then come back. Okay? Thank you very much.
You're looking for, and in terms of what you have, you can match benda tu. Alright, so that's basically in terms of resume.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've been entertained so far with all the things that we have presented to you, and also the fact that, you know, you have learned a lot of things as well. Like we had the video of the how to write a resume or how to write a CV. What's the difference between a CV and a resume? Not many people knew that. I didn't know that, so I learned something new. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, just how important is the English language, given that our national language is Bahasa Malaysia? Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, who will be talking about the value of being able to communicate well in English. Please help me welcome onto the stage, Dato' Aminatun Karim.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, good afternoon I should say. Selamat datang and salam sejahtera. I'm very, very happy to meet all of you. But first of all, I want to congratulate you. Congratulate you for making this effort and time to spend the next 1 hour with me, right? What are we here for? We're here to learn about communications, right? Okay, so I put that on the slide. You can find me at that link if you're on LinkedIn. And that is my email address if you have some questions after my session. Please feel free to email me, yeah? Okay. Next slide, please. All right, I'm going to give you a small exercise, right? Because there's too many of you for me to talk to each of you, but I would like very much to get to know you before you get to know me, right? Can I get volunteers? Just 5 will do. Introduce yourself, you give me your name, where are you from, what did you study, and what do you hope to learn from my session? Right? Okay, can I get some volunteers? Because we are communicating, right? Can I get some volunteers? Anyone want to volunteer or shall I call? I don't know your names, so I can't call names, right? You have to pick. No, no volunteers? Young lady, you're right in front of me. Can you start the ball rolling? Maybe we are typical Malaysians, we are shy, right? But I'm sure you all communicate well. Please.
Okay, my name is Azdini binti Abdul Aziz.
Yes.
Okay, I'm from Ampang, Selangor. So I graduate in PhD in material science.
Material science.
Yeah, in Japan.
And what do you hope to learn from this session?
So I hope that there is something that I can improve my communication skills, yeah, and my for the interview tips for the interview.
Okay, good. Can we give a hand now? See, can I get someone else now? Maybe a gentleman. I see many gentlemen here. Which one? Who will pick up the courage to speak to us? Introduce yourself to us. Come on. Anyone here? Or shall I pinpoint again? I see a young man in white. I think he's right behind this young lady in black, I think. I can't really see you all from here, but yes, please.
Hello, Miss. Hello, Dato'. I'm Samsudin Han. You can call me Din.
Din.
I'm from Sarawak. But I'm staying in Kuala Lumpur. I'm just finished sports science from University Malaya, and then I hope I can improve my communication skill from your session.
Thank you. Good. Give him a hand. I love to have someone from Sarawak participate with us. Very good. Okay. I see this pretty young lady in polka dot. Let me invite you. That's a very striking dress.
Hello, Dato.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Natasha, but you can call me Tasha for short. I'm from KL. I studied Masters in Business Marketing and Management from University of Arts here, London.
Wow.
And I'm here to enhance my communication skills and career, mostly for career advancement, yep.
Good, good. Thank you. Let's give her a big hand. Oh, looks like many of you are well qualified. Okay, good. I won't torture you, but at least I get a sampling of what it is you hope to achieve from my session today. Okay, let me proceed now. All right, let me introduce myself to you. Please, next slide, please. This thing's not working. Okay, right, okay. From there, you can see that I was not properly introduced, but I was a diplomat for Malaysia, yeah, and I was in government service, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Wisma Putra, for 36 years, right? And of that 36 years, I was ambassador for Malaysia 3 times. I was the first ambassador of Malaysia to the Ukraine. I was ambassador to Croatia. And finally, I was High Commissioner to Canada before my retirement. But as you can see, from 36 years, I did a lot of work. At home, I served in the ministry in various positions and at different desks, as we call it, where I handled bilateral relations with other countries or the management of the ministry. Yeah? And abroad, I was in Ottawa, Canada. I was there twice. At the beginning of my career, I went there as a second secretary. And I ended up my journey in the foreign ministry as High Commissioner to Canada. And I retired in 2018. I was also in Jakarta, Indonesia, and I was there at a very, very critical time in Indonesian history. I was there during the racial riots of 1998, where the president was removed. Yeah, President Suharto. I don't know, maybe many of you are young, you may not know him, but he was a very, very powerful figure in Indonesia. All right. I was also in Kiev, as I mentioned. Now, many of us know Ukraine, right? I'm sure you all recall what happened, a very tragic incident that happened for Malaysia when our own Malaysia Airlines flight was shot over Ukraine, yeah, all those years ago, right? And then I was also in a place called Zagreb in Croatia. It's a very beautiful country, right? Okay, that's a bit about me. Next, please. Next slide. Okay, so this is what we're going to talk about today, right? We're going to, after the introductions, which we had, we're going to talk about what is communication, right? Why communicate in English, right? Why do you need to improve your English? Why? How do you start? And steps to improve your communication in English. I'll share some tips and I will summarize for you, right? And of course, I welcome any questions you may have, right? Okay, let's move on. Okay, what is communication? Right, I'm sorry, I had prepared my slide slightly different. Now it's all coming out, so it's not as interesting, but I hope it will help you, right? So it's an act of giving, receiving, and sharing information, right? And there are 5 types of communication. Basically, there are 5 types of communication. Verbal, which is what we are doing now. Some of your friends here had communicated verbally with me and us. There's non-verbal. What do you mean by non-verbal? It's our body language. Even when we are not speaking, we can indicate some way, a verbal, a non-verbal indication, and that is a form of communication as well, right? We are, for instance, if we are angry, it shows on our face. We might not say anything, but people will immediately know that we are angry. If we are feeling very happy, we probably smile without saying anything. If you smile, people will immediately know that you're happy, right? Okay, and then of course there is written communication. As we all know, we write letters, we write emails, and that is a form of communication. Listening, yeah? What you're doing now is listening to me, right? And through listening, I am communicating information to you, right? And of course, there is visuals. You look at the slides that I'm presenting, and that's a form of communication because you are taking in what I'm writing and what I'm talking about, right? So what's the aim of communication? To inform, right? Like what I'm doing now is to inform you about the subject of communications in English. To request, sometimes, yeah, we need to convey something, to request something, we communicate, right? We want to persuade someone, let's say, yeah, as ambassador, I needed to get Canada to participate in this expo, for instance. So what I do is I need to meet up with the right people and persuade them, right, to join us. Okay? And lastly, of course, communication is a way of interacting. We're interacting with each other. We're engaging with each other. Yeah? Okay, let's move on now. Right. So why communicate in English? Why communicate in English? Because it's a widely spoken language, yeah, and it is used globally. Yeah, statistics show that 1.38 billion people speak English, right? And for most countries where English is not the main language, it's a second official language. Yeah? India, for instance, English is their second official language, as opposed to Singapore, where English is their official language, right? And of course, lots of literature, research works, movies, yeah, they're all in English, right? They're all, many, yeah, sure. I know that Malaysians now are into Korean dramas, right? But there are many more works, movies and shows in English, right? And it's the fastest growing foreign language in the developing world, right? China, for instance, they send every year about 300,000 students to Canada, and basically what they're trying to do is to study English, to speak English. The courses are all in English. So that's how they pick up the language. That's how important English is in communication, right? Then we have every country in the world has at least one English newspaper. Even in countries as, I would say, as remote as in the Pacific Islands, right? In Kiribati, for instance, yeah, they would have an English newspaper. When I was in Ukraine, because the language is so difficult, because they are their language, their official language, of course, is Ukrainian, and their second language is Russian, I had to rely a lot on the English newspaper. And they had one where a lot of us diplomats and foreigners would read. So that is our way of getting information, of understanding developments in Ukraine, right? Then we have, it is for sure a language and medium of communication in business, right? And it is used by almost every profession in the world. Whether you're a teacher, you're a diplomat, you're a doctor, an architect, right? English is required. English is a necessity for you to get ahead, right? I chose this quote by Nelson Mandela. I'm sure many of you know who Nelson Mandela is. He was a long-time fighter for freedom in South Africa, and subsequently, after his release from jail, he was jailed for many, many years. After his release from jail, he actually became president of South Africa. Okay, and if you see that, he says, if you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his language, that goes to his heart. I think that's important, you know. So what I would do when I am in a foreign country, like the Ukraine, for instance, or in Croatia, right? How do we win people over? In communicating. You use, for the main part, I would use English, right? But you learn a few words in their own language. And immediately, like when I open a speech, for instance, I would greet them in their language, right? Immediately, they would appreciate. They would open their hearts to you, right? Same for you. Our language is Bahasa, right? Bahasa Melayu, or we talk Chinese, or we talk Indian, right? But, you know, when you meet a foreigner, yeah, immediately, and you greet him or her in English, if he's an Englishman, right, and he's going to your kampong, somewhere in Sarawak, for instance, and you greet him in English and you speak to him in English, immediately there will be that connection because you are communicating to him in his language. So it goes to his heart, right? Okay, next. So I want you to watch this video. Have a good laugh, but take some things away from it, okay? Enjoy. All right.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you all. We are also pleased to be meeting you. I am brown. Oh, no. You are committing a mistake. A mistake? Yes, please. You are not brown. We are brown. You are white. My name is Brown. I am your teacher.
Ah, you professori!
Yes.
I must be your student.
Quiet, please.
Silencio!
Thank you. Right, would you all like to sit down? Sit down.
Ah, so.
Right, I'll just take a note of all your names, nationalities, and occupations. Right?
Por favor, señor.
Yes?
Es la primera vez que vengo. ¿Es esta la clase para aprender inglés?
Well, I haven't the faintest idea what you're saying, but I'm sure you're not trying to find the needlework cloth.
Por favor.
It doesn't matter. Have a seat.
Por favor.
Sit down.
Ah, sí.
No, not there.
Por favor.
There.
Ah, yeah.
Right, I'll just go around the class and take your names. Yes? Ah, yes. What is your name?
Maximilian Andrea Archimedes Papandreou.
I think I'll just put you down as Max. I take it you're Greek?
He is right, from Athens.
Good. And what is your job?
I walk with sheeps.
You walk with sheep? You're a shepherd? You work on a farm?
No, not farm.
But you just said you work with sheep.
No. Sheeps. Big sheeps.
Sheeps?
Yes, sheeps. Tonkers.
Tankers?
Right. I work in office.
Good. Thank you. And your name?
Anna Schmidt, German au pair.
Usual German efficiency?
Germans are always efficient.
Not so.
Japanese, much more efficient. 9 Germans are the best.
Japanese make a much better television and do cameras.
Now, please, let us have no racialism. In this class, all are equal. Your name?
Giovanni Cupello, Italian.
Where do you work?
I work in Ristorante dei Popoli.
A waiter?
No, not a waiter, a cuccuta. Sì, a cuccuta ravioli, a cuccuta spaghetti, a cuccuta lasagna, a cuccuta everything.
A chef.
Okay.
And your name?
हाँ जी
What is your name?
क्या कहा
Me, Jeremy Brown. You.
पता नहीं जी क्या कह रहे हो
Max. Anna Schmidt. Giovanni Cupello. You.
ओहो आप नाम पूछ रहे हो अच्छा मैं लिख देती हूँ लिखती हूँ 1 मिनट फिक्र ना करो जी लिखना पढ़ना आता है मुझे अच्छा
Yes, yes. Write your name down. Good, good. It's no good. I need your name in English.
नो उर्दू
No Urdu.
हाय तो मैं यहाँ काहे के लिए आई अंग्रेजी आती होती तो मैं सीखने आती अंग्रेजी कोई आपको क्या चाहिए अब मुझे पता नहीं कहाँ से लाऊं मैं पता नहीं क्या चाहिए आपको देखो जी सही लिखा हुआ होगा अंग्रेजी तो पता नहीं देखूं ये तो नहीं कहीं कागज जो आपको चाहिए
Ah, certificate of registration. Jamila Ranja, housewife. Thank you. Good. And your name?
I am Ali Nadim from Lahore. I am working at the moment, not anywhere at all.
You're unemployed?
Yes, please. Only 1 day a week I'm working.
What do you do then?
I'm going to the unemployment exchange for to be collecting my money. Oh, blimey. I get more money for not being working than when I'm working.
Yes, but before you discovered this secret of eternal wealth, what did you do?
Blimey, I worked at the Taj Mahal.
In Delhi?
Oh, no, Patni. Taj Mahal Tandoori restaurant. Jolly good chapati and papadums.
1,000 apologies for my lateness
Okay, so just a snippet of that video, and I want you to think. You see, for a start, there are cross-cultural differences, right? What the different students understand is different from what Mr. Brown understands. For instance, his name is Brown, right? And this Ali Nadim said, oh no, you're not brown, you're white, we are brown, right? Whereas in English language, there can be two interpretations, right? Brown is the color of brown, as you can see in that handbag, right? So, and then the other thing is, of course, English language, English words have different meanings, right? And it is easy to misunderstand words, right? Simply because of pronunciation sometimes, or the understanding of the word, right? And learning English is not easy. As you can see, they all are struggling. They were there to learn English, but because they have this baggage, some of them are unemployed, some of them do not know English at all, as you can see from the lady, Jabila, who insisted on talking her own language, right? So it's going to be tough for them to learn English, right? And ultimately, of course, you have to keep it simple. When he asks a question, you answer simply. Look at this, Ali Nadim saying, I'm working at the moment, not anywhere at all. What was he trying to say? He could have used one word, right? He could have used the word, I am unemployed. But look at how he how he put the sentence to Mr. Brown, right? I'm working at the moment, not anywhere at all, right? So when you communicate, if you have a person who is very good in English, they will immediately understand. But if you communicate with others who are quite weak in the language, it'll be like a miscommunication because you won't understand each other, right? Okay. So why do you need to improve your English? So you can speak clearly, yeah? So you can be understood, right? Mr. Brown had to understand what they were trying to say, right? So you can be taken seriously, right? I think some of you were laughing along with me, right? And you don't take them seriously because they were not talking proper English, right? And most importantly for all of you out here, employers demand and value good English speakers, right? And therefore, to conclude, we need to speak clearly, we need to be understood, we need to be taken seriously, and there is a high market demand for English speakers, right? So how do you start? You have to read, of course. Yeah, you read newspapers, magazines, books, and of course, I know that with your generation, unlike my older generation, where we had to read books, physical books, hard copies of books, everything is online now, right? You want to know any subject in the world, you just need to go to Mr. Google, right? Type in your computers, and there you are. You have information. But of course, we all need to be careful because not all information and all sources are correct. Okay? So I'll go more into that later, right? Of course, we have to listen and watch. We watch news, yeah? We watch movies. Yeah, I put BBC News there because, of course, it's a British channel and they speak proper English. So if you want to learn good English, there is a good source of news that you could be watching and listening to, right? Of course, and then the other way is to overcome your fear of talking English is to speak. Sometimes you speak in front of a mirror alone because you don't want others to hear you. Or, yeah, and because we have family, we have friends, you know, and people who are more generous to us, that's how we can practice. We can speak simple sentences to our family members, yeah? And of course, to improve in anything we do, we have to practice, and practice. Yeah? Okay. So how do you improve? You read, you start simple, right? Okay, I remember when my kids were growing up, I have one of my sons here, by the way, Ilya. There's a young man over there. Darling, stand up, Ilya. That's Ilya, my son. He's a very good English speaker, but he had the benefit of attending international schools because of my profession, right? My husband, of course, is here with us as well, Mr. Shah. He's also a very, very good trainer. Yeah. So anyway, we read, we start simple. So when they were kids, I would buy this book called the Ladybird books and teach them to read using the Ladybird books. All right. The other way is we learn a word a day, right? We use dictionary.com, word thing, you know, there's any number of sources that we can learn. And when you read, you come across a difficult word, what do? You list down a word that is new to you. Keep a diary or a notebook handy, yeah? And record the book. And that's how you can learn. Look up in the dictionary. Lots of online dictionaries now. You don't even have to have a hard copy of the Oxford Dictionary or the Cambridge Dictionary. You can just go online. Yeah? As I said there, use a dictionary to learn new words. Okay? Of course, then we listen to local news in English. Yeah, we have Astro Awani have got a very good English speakers there. I think it's TV2, TV2 also have got English news, right? They listen to English music stations. Yeah, there's one there. I think young people will like this, hits.fm. Yeah, we watch TV shows and movies. We follow someone we admire. Perhaps you like jokes, you listen to Harith Iskandar, right? But there is this young lady, I think it's Lisa Surihani. She's a very good English speaker. So you can follow her and pick up the words, yeah? Then we read advertisements, we read billboards, we read pamphlets. But again, here I want to caution you, sometimes it's not all good English on the pamphlets or on the billboards, yeah? We maintain a written diary, as I said earlier. And most importantly, once you are confident, you feel that you can pull it off, speak to a foreigner, right? When you speak to a foreigner, you're forced to use good English. Yeah? Okay. So then I have another video for you. I want you to watch it. Right? Something closer to home for us.
It's one of the most multicultural, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious countries in the world, and I'm thrilled to be back for a third visit.
I'm a Nonya, Chinese, Siamese, and adopted Kelabit.
I'm Chindian and I'm Malaysian.
I'm a Thai Malay Malaysian.
I'm a Malay, Mamak, Chinese, and a Malaysian.
We are Kadazan.
We are Eurasians.
My dad is Malay and my mom is Chinese.
I'm Malay and Indian. I'm a Chinese but culturally Filipino.
Out of the 32 million people living in this nation, only about half of them can call themselves
ethnic Malays.
23%, or 8 million people, are
ethnic Chinese.
7% are
ethnic Indians.
And the rest of them are just
confused.
Malaysia's official religion is Islam, attracting 61% of the population. In fact, ethnic Malays are required to be Muslim by law. The next biggest religion is Buddhism at 20%, then Christianity at 10%, and Hinduism at 6%. This incredible diversity of Malaysia's people is reflected in its cuisine, language, and economy. When looking at its food, Malaysia truly has one of the world's best.
My name is Ahmad, and my favorite thing about KL is the food.
A fusion of indigenous Malay, Chinese, Indonesian, and Indian with lighter touches of Dutch and British, its former rulers for 200 plus years. My favorite 3 dishes in Malaysia are nasi lemak, laksa, and banana leaf. Let's talk about language. Most people here know at least 3 languages fluently.
We like to pick and choose certain words. Hey, Macha, you want makan here or tapau?
That sentence means do you want to eat here or take out, but it has words from 4 languages: Tamil, English, Malay, and Chinese.
But if you are traveling to Malaysia, you won't have to worry about learning any new languages because almost everyone here speaks fluent English.
Almost as good as the Philippines. I am always very, very impressed. From an economic standpoint, the bustling capital of Kuala Lumpur is one of Asia's fastest growing business hubs, and its skyline is dominated by the tallest twin buildings in the world.
The Petronas Tower.
Do you know how tall they are?
No, I'm not sure.
But once you escape the city life, you'll quickly enter a humble, relaxing, and contrasting lifestyle.
That's why we call This is why we call Malaysia.
And I am truly in love with this place. I'm Drubinski, and if you like my travel video...
Okay. Did you enjoy that video? Does it make you feel proud to be Malaysian? Right? Did it communicate the right messages? Right? We're talking about communication. Right? And what is good about it is it uses very simple words, isn't it? Yeah? And he speaks very slowly. Yeah. Maybe the Malaysian people who were in the video, they did not speak slowly, but Ms. Drew Brinsky, he spoke slowly, right? It's easy for us to understand, right? The message is clear. He used a lot of visuals and music. That is communication too, right? When we look at those striking visuals, we understand, right? And it exposes our culture. We understand. A foreigner would watch that video and understand the Malaysian culture. Right? He emphasized food is a culture, right? The Malaysian culture and food, right? And there's all this music as well. And those people spoke in local accent. That is one reason why you find it easy to understand, because we are all Malaysians, right? And we speak in a certain way, and immediately we will understand the message that is being conveyed. Not so easy, for instance, when I was in Ukraine and I'm talking to a Ukrainian in English, right? Then they're speaking English to me, sometimes I can't make out what they're saying because their accent is so strong. It's very hard accent, yeah? And they themselves, when we speak to them, they will have difficulty understanding us. But half the battle is won if you speak good English. When you speak good, clear English, you speak slowly, as they say there, as you said there, then it is easier for people to understand you, right? I want to share with you an anecdote that happened in my life. And because, as I said, my kids went to international school, right? And they had teachers from the US, American teachers. And you know, these Americans, when they meet us Malaysians, they speak very slowly, yeah? And they emphasize every word. But for us, we would get agitated because we speak good English, we understand English. So we got impatient with them. Why are they talking to us so slowly? Are they scared we do not understand what they are saying? Right? So we used to get quite frustrated and agitated, my husband and I, when the American teachers would speak to us. They assume that all Malaysians won't understand them because they are talking English with an American accent. Yeah? But of course, certainly there is one way, if you want to make someone understand you, is to speak slowly, right? And of course, after some time, when they have interacted with us, they knew. They knew that these people, we would not have difficulty understanding them. But that's why you need to pick up on your English, because when you speak good English, you are fluent, then you will not have that problem, right? And that makes for a successful communication. When you have all those elements, as I mentioned, yeah, it makes for successful communication. And you saw that in the video, right? We all got the message that was being conveyed. So what do you learn? Yeah, use simple sentences, speak slowly, speak clearly, right? Not in a rush, right? And of course, when you're writing, you use simple sentences. You don't have to use very big words, right? We speak slowly and we speak clearly, right? Okay, so I've come to the part about tips and summary. Sparing some time for us to have some questions maybe. Yeah. So what do? Basically, we need to read, we need to listen. Yeah. Many people are there and, you know, I'm talking here and I would think that you're listening, but many of us, we're switching off, we're thinking of something else. We're not actually listening. Actually, listening is a very difficult skill. Yeah. And of course, if you are good in the language, it's easier for you to listen, right? If you're not very good in the language, then you strain your ears to listen. But it's a good skill to have, right? Because that is a very important part of communication. When somebody tells you something and you listen, you will take away the message that that person is conveying, right? But if you are, you know, looking at your phone and somebody's talking, there's no way that you would have taken in and understood what that person is conveying to you, right? So we need to learn how to listen, right? Practice, of course, as I said earlier, we need to practice. We are not very confident when talking, yeah? We script it, we write it down, and then we practice how to say it, right? We use things like visuals. That helps us to prompts us to remember our words, right? And whatever it is, most importantly, is we have to keep on trying, right? And not give up, right? So, but what we don't want to do is to put on a false accent, right? Yeah, what I like about the video is everyone was talking in their own accents. Doesn't matter, but it's clearly understood. So we don't want to exaggerate. You know, the problem is a lot of us, we are watching K-drama or we are watching a lot of the American shows, and then we try to pick up the accent because we think, oh, that's good English, right? Americans tend to speak with an exaggerated R, right? So people like to speak, when they speak, they exaggerate the R's because they think that's the right way to speak, right? So we don't want to put a false accent because it gives a bad impression to the other side, right? All right, we don't want to use inappropriate words like, if someone is talking too loudly, right? We don't want to say to him, hey, don't talk so loudly, you know. We can say it in a nice way, yeah? Maybe you can say something to the effect that, be more diplomatic. You say, could you lower your voice or soften your tone? It sounds nicer, isn't it? Rather than you say, hey, don't talk so loudly. That can cause some friction, some confrontation. I see someone nodding right in front of me here. And sometimes that causes friction and unhappiness. So when you speak good English, you can choose the words you want to use. Yeah, you don't use inappropriate words. Like a young man, there's so many young men here. They see a pretty girl, they go up to her and say, wow, nice to meet you. You look so sexy. Can you imagine if a young man comes up to me and says, you look so sexy? What is the thought in my mind? Right? Oh my God, this man is immediately, he doesn't know me, but he's already saying I'm sexy. He just got the wrong connotation. But he could easily have said, you look so pretty. Right? Immediately, the girl will feel comfortable. Right? You look elegant. That's a nice way of putting it, right? So you have to be careful in the choice of words. Right? And don't use bombastic words. People use words like, today I was in the car coming here and we saw this word. And I was asking my husband, oh my God, what does that mean? Queen, essentially. It's such a big word. What are they trying to say? They're trying to say they are the top of the line. They are the best there is, They give the best service. They use queen, essentially, service. It's so confusing, isn't it? If you don't know English, what is that? They could have used simple words. Yeah? Even the word bombastic. Oh my God, the word bombastic. What does it mean? Actually, it's another way of saying big words, right? Or you look at someone and say, who is very sombong. In Malay, we call it snobbish. You use the word snobbish. But some people say, oh, she's so pompous. There's no necessity for you to use the word pompous. If you use the word snobbish, people will also understand you. So as I said earlier, we keep to simple words. We don't need to use big, bombastic words. Of course, if you are very comfortable, you are so sure of yourself, and you know the meaning of the word, it's appropriate, the meaning of the word is appropriate, and of course, go ahead. Yeah? But, I recall now, there was one ministry, and they were putting up a notice on their website, right? And what they did was, they wrote the message in Malay, in Bahasa, right? And then, what happened was, they used Google Translate, all right? And one of the things on their dress code is, jangan pakai pakaian yang menjolokkan mata. Okay? They're trying to say that. But if they use Google Translate, and what did they say? Don't use clothes that poke eyes. Understand? Don't use clothes that poke eyes. See? That is the danger of using Google Translate. So, when it's important for people to know what they're trying to say, the meaning of what they're trying to say. Right? That was a literal translation. Right? They could have said something like, what do you call it? I've forgotten the word. Do not use clothes, inappropriate clothes. Yeah? Which means, there's a nicer way of putting it than clothes that are, menjolokkan mata is poke your eye. Literally poke your eye, So we have to be very careful when we write something or when we speak something, right? Okay, let me go on. So, what does better communication in English give you? Yeah, it gives you better opportunities, right? Because how does it give you better opportunities? You go for an interview. Many of you are going for interviews nowadays, right? And if there's 3 of you of now, sometimes there are 10 people, right, going for the same job, right? If you are able to speak in English, right, and speak fluently, even if not fluently, but somewhat understandable English, and there's someone else who can't speak English at all, definitely you will get the job. It is commonplace now in Malaysia, and and I meet a lot of people in my line of work. And in fact, my husband and I are working with a company called Malewa, which focuses on English. Yeah, and employers are complaining all the time that their workers, their employees cannot speak a word of English, cannot convey something. Again, I recall yesterday, I had a phone call from a lady, and she spoke Malay to me, and she said she's from Maxis. Okay, and then she was mumbling something in Bahasa, and the line is bad actually, to be very frank. So I told her, okay, Puan, can you speak in English? I feel more comfortable in English. Guess what happened? She put down the phone. She put down the phone, and I was shocked because I was trying to communicate with her. But why did she put down the phone? My guess is, I'm not 100% sure, but my guess is she's not comfortable speaking in English. But she has got a job to do, right? Especially if you are in the front line, right? You are meeting up with foreigners. For instance, people in Jabatan Immigration, for instance, right? People are going to the counter to talk to them, to ask questions, foreigners especially. And if they can't speak English, how do you communicate, right? So that is why it's so very important for communication in English for us, yeah, as a country that is small. Yeah, people say to me all the time, there are big countries, there are countries that are successful. Japan, for instance, not everybody speaks English. It is true. But look at Japan as an economic power. Look at its success. People go to Japan to want to look for work. People go to Japan for business. But do people naturally come to Malaysia for business? No, right? We have to keep on promoting ourselves. And, when I was doing my work as ambassador, often, when we try to get people to come and invest in Malaysia, one of the things we say is, our people speak good English. Remember Drew Binsky? He says people speak good English. But that was true before. Now the standard has dropped. Many people, actually, in the outer areas, in the villages, in our kampungs, who do not speak English at all. It doesn't matter if it's Malay or Chinese or Indian, but there are people who don't speak English at all. And how does that help our country? If we are trying to be international, we are trying to join the global community, right? So you need to have a bit of English so that you can communicate, no matter where you are, right? No matter if you go to a country that does not use English, how do you communicate with the people? If you only know Bahasa and that person only knows, let's say, Russian, right? So the common language there would be English, right? So that is why it's important, right? Of course, if you speak good English, if you speak English, you'll have more confidence. When you meet someone, naturally, and that person is talking to you in English, naturally you'll feel more confident communicating with the people. You know, a lot of people I meet, sometimes they mumble. And I think they're mumbling because they don't have the confidence to voice out, to speak in English, you know. When you speak to them in English, they're mumbling because, you know, or they're swallowing their words because they're not sure what to say, you know. And that happens often, actually. Yeah? Okay. The other thing, of course, as I put there, better self-esteem. What is self-esteem? The feeling about yourself. Feeling good about yourself. Knowing yourself and having the confidence. You know, when you are in Malaysia, if we meet foreigners and we meet people and we are able to talk, people look at us differently, right? They will think, then you immediately, because you are confident that you know English well, talking to an Englishman, for instance, or an English woman, immediately you feel proud of yourself. You have better self-esteem. That is very important. You know, image and self-esteem are a very important part of a person's life. If you look at yourself very poorly, you're always telling yourself, oh, I can't do it, I can't speak English, you know. You know, you go into a shell. You will not mix around. You will not socialize, right, with people because you dare not open your mouth, right? But if you have a good, strong language, if, you know, other than Bahasa or Chinese or Indian, you speak good English, you will not hesitate to go in front of and meet foreigners and speak good English, right? So that is very important for us to realize, because otherwise, you know, we will lose out. I keep emphasizing this to Malaysia, to Malaysians, that, you know, once you, language, any language is always an advantage, right? Like for us, we are lucky. Some of us have got 3 languages, some of us have got, at the minimum, we have 2 languages. We have Bahasa Melayu and English, for instance. Or we have Chinese and English. Or we have Indian and English, right? For example. So when you have an added language, it's always good for you. You always feel much better about yourself and you can advance better. You can advance faster, right? It's always more valuable when you have additional languages. Why are we being encouraged to learn foreign languages, right? Like in my ministry, we have people who speak French, people who speak Spanish, people who speak Russian, who speak Chinese, Mandarin Chinese, you know. And I don't mind sharing with you, China, for instance, for their diplomats, they have people talking 160 languages of the world. I met one Chinese diplomat, and he was assigned to one African state. And he told me, oh, I was trained to speak Swahili. Can you imagine that? It's not even a main language. Okay, the UN, the United Nations, there are 5 languages in the United Nations, right? And that is English, French, Russian, Arabic, and Chinese, right? And here you have people from China, their diplomats are trained to speak a totally different language that is not even a UN language. That makes them perform better in their work. So it's always good, and in our case, at the very least, right, at the very least, we must speak good English, right, to communicate and to represent our country, you know. How can other country people understand our culture if we are not able to convey to them, right, about our culture? Okay? Right. Okay, now I'm opening up for questions. I hope I welcome any questions you have. I hope I've been able to convey to you the importance of communicating in English, the value of being able to speak English, you know, even if it's basic English. But of course, you want to speak well. You want to speak good English for all those reasons I mentioned. Okay, can I invite any questions? As usual, we are Malaysians, right? We're shy. Please don't be shy. This is your opportunity to actually communicate and speak to me. Doesn't matter, no hangouts. And we will not judge you because you don't speak perfect English, right? Please, I welcome any questions. Can I have a show of hands? Because I'm not getting any questions. Can I have a show of hands? This is for myself, right? My own assessment. Did I manage to convey what I intended, I set out to do? Did you understand, at the very least, what I was trying to say? Can I see a show of hands? Okay, good, good. I'm also willing to take answers in Bahasa, questions in Bahasa. Okay, of course, predominantly I'm speaking English because this is a session on the value of English. But if you have any questions in Bahasa, you're welcome to ask. I can't speak Chinese nor Indian, but Bahasa, I welcome questions as well. No? Okay, so again, thank you very much. Oh, there is a question. Is that? No.
Hi. Do you have tips how to build up your self-esteem?
Sorry, dear. I can't hear you. Can you stand up and speak louder?
Hi. Do you have tips to build up the self-esteem you were talking about just now?
Build up your self-esteem. Actually, I conduct another course, a module, I call it personality grooming. That is more all-encompassing. And when I talk about personality grooming, people think it's about, I hope I'm answering your question. It's not just how you look. It's not just how you look. When you groom your personality, it's everything. And how do you build up your confidence and self-esteem? By looking good, by being knowledgeable, by having good interpersonal skills. Yeah? And what is interpersonal skills? Communication, right? I give you an example. If you are working in an office, yeah, and you go in to the office, you don't look at anybody, you straight away go and sit at your desk, you switch on your computer, you work. Yeah? And at other times, and that's you, right? Then you have Miss A, yeah, who comes in and greets everybody. First thing she does is, Assalamualaikum, good morning, how is everybody today? Tell me, what's the effect? Maybe you want to answer that since you had that question for me. What is the effect if I come into the office and straight away I smile and I say Assalamualaikum? What's the effect on my colleagues around me?
Hello, sorry.
Yes.
It will open up a conversation to communicate, I think.
No, I was trying to say, you have a person, you were asking me how to build your self-esteem, right? We want to, all of us actually, human beings, we want to be popular, right? We want people to like us, correct? How do you make people like you? By communicating, by having good interpersonal skills, right? Now, if you go to the office, you are, antisocial lah. You don't want to greet people. You don't even want to say hello to anybody. You just want to do your work. 8 to 5, you balik. You go home, right? Here you have a person who makes time for people. She comes in, she smiles, she is, communicating. She's saying hello. She's asking, about people. People will like her, isn't it? That's how you build your self-esteem. Build good interpersonal skills. Make time for people. I had a real experience, where you can sit down. It's okay. Thank you. Where I had a staff, a receptionist who worked with me in Jakarta, and she fell ill, okay? And she had cancer. So sorry to tell you this, but she had cancer. And she didn't know, she didn't have enough money to go for treatment, okay? And I was working in Jakarta, and I said to her, let me make a case and try to get, because she works for the Malaysian government, right? For the Malaysian government, for Malaysia. I said, let me make a case for you, write to the ministry and ask if they can pay for your hospital bill, because the treatment is so expensive. But she had worked for Malaysia, for our embassy, for 10 years. So I wrote back, and we got the approval. And our government paid for her hospital bill. Can you imagine how she felt? She was ever so grateful to me, because she came up to me and said, Ibu, if you did not do this to me, and she survived her cancer, honestly. She survived. Yeah? And she said, Ibu, I'm very thankful to you because of your work. You know, you wrote this letter, and I got the money to do my treatment. And now I'm fine. You know, and that is important. That's interpersonal skill. When you interact with people, and it made me feel good. My self-esteem went up. And honestly, when you do good to others, your self-esteem goes up. You know, a simple thing that I would do, and I think a lot of people do, yeah? In an office, you know people's birthdays. Every month, you celebrate somebody's birthday. How do you feel when somebody celebrates your birthday? You feel good, right? And the person feels good because you celebrate the birthday. And, you know, everybody's acknowledging this person, but you yourself feel good because you made someone feel good. And I tell you, I'm sorry I didn't get your name.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
I'm Sarah. Okay, I'm Sarah. I tell you, if you do something good to this person, automatically your self-esteem will improve. So I term this as interpersonal skills, interpersonal relations, yeah? Taking care of others. If you go to an office, you don't interact with people, you don't socialize, you will feel isolated, you wouldn't be happy with yourself actually. You know, you don't have any friends. We are all human beings. We need friends and people around us. We need to feel good. You know, we need to feel wanted. We want to, you know, even if you don't, let's say you are, you know, always not mixing around, even with your family members, you're not close to family members. You know, and we are not from that culture. We are Asians. Asians are normally close to other family members. Can you imagine if you don't care to talk to your sister or your brother, right? I believe, you know, believe me, your self-esteem will go. You need to have support. Yeah, you need to communicate. You need to interact. Yeah, I hope I answered your question, Sarah. Good. Thank you. Any more questions before I wrap up? Okay. Thank you very much, some of you, for staying behind and listening to me. I hope there were some takeaways for you. Yeah, thank you very much. And I wish you all the best in whatever you're here for, your job search, and every success to you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dato' Aminatun. Thank you so much for a very insightful talk. And we wish you all the best as well. Thank you so much for joining us. With that, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our day. On behalf of SOXO, it was good to see all of you, and we hope that this event has been a fruitful one for you. I wish you all a very pleasant day, and I wish that you get all the success that you want and you hope for in this day as well. Thank you so much. My name is Kavin J. I've been your MC. I would like to wish you a very good evening and goodbye.
The sense of ease and peace is experienced. The sense of ease and peace is experienced. The sense of ease and peace is experienced.
So many people talking about the same shit every day.
The sense of ease and peace is experienced. The sense of ease and peace is experienced.